Chapter 40:34. Yun Shangsai's expression became unsightly. He swung the beauty's hammer in his hand even faster, and there wasn't a single gap between his attacks. He never would have thought that Ling Zhao's battle prowess was actually daunting to such an extent. Not only did he kill 16 Earthcore puppets, but he also killed Yun Shangsai. And now, Yun Shangsai was locked in a fight with him. No matter if it was defense or attack, it seemed like Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him at all. In his eyes, Ling Xiao had completely transformed from a paramecium into a berserk dragon. If he knew this would happen, he would have done everything he could to kill this Ling Xiao first. Then, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Ling Xiao, you're just a paramecium crawling on the ground. You don't even have the right to talk to me. Do you really think that with your perfect 4th Divine Core cultivation base, you can fight with my perfect Earth Core cultivation base? I'm the 6th chief of the Great River Bandits. I've killed countless insects like you. Great River Sunset, kill him. Yun Shangsai knew that he had to fight with all his strength and even perform better than usual. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, the Great River Bandits would be in big trouble. If things went wrong, the tragedy from 100 years ago would happen again. Amidst the furious roar, the beauty's hammer began to gather a terrifying energy. After that, it condensed into a huge river. Then, it smashed down onto Ling Zhao's head. The terrifying aura of destruction caused Zhu Xiaohan, who was standing still, to tremble. Luckily, Ling Xiao was standing in front of her. If not, with her ability, the 6th chief wouldn't have to do anything. He was about to die. Above the river, there seemed to be a setting sun hanging in the sky. All of this made Yun Shangsai feel like he was in his twilight years. Not only could this attack destroy the enemy's body, it could also severely damage the enemy's soul. The 6th chief even used the river sunset. It looks like he's really angry. The first master once said that the 6th master's execution of this move was the most perfect. I don't think that guy can fight back anymore, right? He's definitely going to die. Outside the martial spirit boundary, the nervous Great River Bandits finally relaxed. One had to know that before this, they were very worried that the 6th master, Yun Shang, would be killed by Ling Xiao. Now, it seemed that the situation was not as dangerous as it seemed. In the excited discussion of these Great River Bandits, Yun Shangsai's beauty hammer carried the power of River Sunset and roared like a dragon. The giant whale came out of the sea, bringing with it a power that could destroy everything and break through the horizon. It was as if the martial spirit barrier was about to be torn apart. The ground began to crack, and the entire cave began to shake. Many people couldn't even stand still. Their bodies swayed, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Ling Zhao's expression was solemn as he stood there. A violent aura burst out from his body. This aura was like that of a giant beast from ancient times. Then, he brandished his sword. It collided with River Sunset. He stood there, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Even the cyan robe on his body was flapping in the wind. This was clearly the effect of true essence. Rumble. The collision of the two powerful forces caused even more intense shaking. Zhu Xiaohan could no longer stand still, and the Great River Bandits outside the martial spirit barrier were also swaying. Yun Shangsai's expression was solemn. He controlled his power and continued to release it. Ling Zhao's body seemed to be suppressed to the point that he could not stand up straight. His legs gradually bent, and even his spine was bent. Let's see if you can still survive. Yun Shangsai roared as he released an even more terrifying power. However, what he saw was Ling Zhao's disdainful smile. One had to admit that Yun Shangsai's attack was indeed powerful. Because of this attack, he had opened nearly 70% of the door to breakthrough. Ha! Finally, when Ling Xiao was about to be completely crushed to death, His angry roar rang out. Shocking power erupted from the blood-sovereign sword. Khanate God-fiend seal, myriad beast unification. A bloodthirsty demon beast rushed out of the blood-sovereign sword. It directly shattered River Sunset, and the world became clear again. Again, Ling Xiao once again broke through Yun Shangsai's terrifying attack. With this kind of ability, you dare to call me an ant? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Ling Xiao continued to attack. River Sunset completely collapsed, and even Yun Shangsai was forced to retreat. Yun Shangsai's attack was completely stopped. Great River Beauty, eh? At this moment, Yun Shangsai's eyes were filled with endless hatred and killing intent. The true essence in his body turned into death chi and was released. He let out a hysterical roar. A suit of armor appeared on his body. This was a defensive magic treasure in the truest sense. It was also a treasure of the precious heavenly king artifact level, but a defensive treasure was more valuable than an offensive treasure. It was also more useful. On this armor, there were all kinds of strange runes that formed the appearance of a beauty coming out of the water. It was truly breathtaking. Oh, he's here. It's the 6th leader's Great River Beauty. That's a precious heavenly king artifact, level defensive treasure. Even in the entire Great River Bandits. Only he has such a treasure. Just by looking at those strange runes, you can tell how strong this treasure is. With this thing, the 6th master was basically in an invincible position. That brat has no chance at all. Originally, everyone felt that it was a bit dangerous. After all, Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking. But at this moment, seeing Yun Shangsai summon the Great River Beauty, they relaxed. How much do you like women? Ling Xiao was also stunned. It wasn't because of how strong the armor was, but because the patterns on the armor were too funny. Brothers, don't just stand here and watch. Since the 6th leader has released this armor, he's going to use his true strength. Let's hurry and break this damn barrier. Trap that brat and prevent him from escaping. Let the 6th leader tear him to pieces. Wang. Over 100 Great River Bandits attacked together. The berserk true essence smashed into the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about this. Although these people's attacks were not bad, if they wanted to destroy his martial spirit barrier, they would have to continuously attack for a day and a night. By that time, his battle would be over. How could he wait for them? At this moment, Yun Shangsai's Great River Beauty had gathered enough power. There seemed to be countless vengeful spirits floating around Yun Shangsai, crying. These vengeful spirits were all women, people that Yun Shangsai had killed before. At this moment, they hated Yun Shangsai and wanted to kill him, but they were just vengeful spirits. Yun Shangsai's aura was too strong. Not only were they unable to get close. Instead, they were controlled by Yun Shangsai. Yun Shangsai's eyes also became a bit strange. He coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, you really shocked me. You are indeed an opponent that can make me serious." Chapter 40:35. Yun Shangsai stared at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "I really didn't expect this. You forced me to use the Great River Beauty's armor with just a peak divine core cultivation base. I've never encountered something like this before. But from now on, you won't have any more chances. Although I haven't fully broken through to the peak Earth core realm, but with this Great River Beauty's armor, I can use the combat strength of a peak Earth core warrior. Beauties, help me." Following his cold voice, the symbols on the Great River Beauty's armor seemed to have come alive. These symbols passed through the armor and extended toward Yun Shangsai's arms and body. Finally, they gathered on the Beauty's hammers. Fury of Beauties. Yun Shangsai roared out. Holding the hammers in his hands, he took a step forward. the hammers slammed into the air, and it felt like the air itself was about to crack. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bloodfang heaven-breaking rat, return! Finally, Ling Xiao merged the Bloodfang heaven-breaking rat with the Blood Sovereign sword. It had transformed into the true Dong Sheng heavenly sword. In an instant, a shocking roar erupted from the skies. The Dong Sheng heavenly sword had been perfectly born, but after obtaining a weapon soul, the Dong Sheng heavenly sword was no longer a rare heavenly king weapon. It had no grade. Just like the Dong Sheng devil sword, no one knew how strong it was, but Ling Xiao could clearly feel it. Its strength was countless times stronger than before. He didn't use any martial skill. Ling Xiao just waved the Dong Sheng heavenly sword and thrust it forward. Yun Shangsai's violent attack was instantly dismembered like a piece of paper. It didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Not only that, even Yun Shangsai was knocked away by the frightening force. He was obviously injured. After landing on the ground, Yun Shangsai stared at the Dong Sheng heavenly sword in Ling Xiao's hand with fear. Although he was wearing the Great River Beauty's armor, he wasn't seriously injured. But even with the armor, he was still injured by a single strike. His mind was in a mess. He was frightened and confused. Ling Xiao, you actually have such a divine weapon. It's a waste for it to fall into your hands. No wonder you wanted to send the others away. You were afraid that they would covet the weapon in your hand after seeing it, right? Yun Shangsai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and finally stood up. However, his complexion did not look good. He had exhausted almost all of his strength, but he was still unable to defeat Ling Xiao. This feeling made him feel very aggrieved. What a pitiful person. How would you know how powerful I, Ling Xiao, am? Next, you will discover even greater horrors. Ling Xiao sneered and directly charged towards Yun Shangsai. At this time, the boost that Yun Shangsai gave him was almost exhausted. He had opened the door to his breakthrough to 80% and was about to open it completely, but it had stopped there. In the end, Yun Shangsai's strength was still due to him relying on external objects and not his true strength. Therefore, his potential wasn't stimulated enough. Boom! Yun Shangsai was now on the defensive side. He desperately waved the twin hammers in his hands to block Ling Xiao's attacks. Bang! After another head-on collision, Yun Shang was sent flying and crashed into the martial spirit barrier. He coughed out another mouthful of blood. This is impossible. Sixth Chief unleashed the Great River Beauty armor, but he couldn't fight back at all. This Ling Xiao, who is he? All the pirates were panicking. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's face was filled with wild joy. Because of the continuous attacks, his true yuan had been greatly depleted as well. The heart of gold was stimulating his potential. Finally, he had broken through the final barrier. The door to his breakthrough had been completely opened. Ling Xiao stopped. He stood there, accepting the baptism of his strength. Not good, he's going to break through. Seeing this, Yun Shangsai's face turned pale with fright. Ling Xiao, who was a peak 4th Divine Core warrior, had made him suffer a lot. Now, Ling Xiao was going to break through. How was he going to defend himself? Facing such a crazy attack, perhaps he had no way to defend himself. Was he going to die? No, he couldn't accept this result. At this moment, he was possessed by a devil. The aura of death that had accumulated in his body exploded at this moment. His entire being had gone insane. Even his combat armor had turned black, as if it had been contaminated by the aura of death. It felt like something was trying to drill out from his body. It turned out that Yun Shangsai was cultivating an evil skill, one that required the souls of women to cultivate. When he was in his normal state, he could still control these souls. But right now, He had completely lost his mind. He could no longer control these vengeful spirits. He had slowly turned into a monster. His body was distorted, and he looked extremely ferocious. The monster roared and leapt towards Ling Xiao, trying to kill him. Zhu Xiaohan rushed out. She knew Ling Xiao was breaking through, and he couldn't let anyone disturb him. She used her most powerful attack in an attempt to stall for time. But right after the attack ended, her body was blasted away. It didn't have any effect. It was too strong. Although this ferocious monster was ugly, it was extremely strong. Ling Xiao, be careful! Zhu Xiaohan fell onto the ground, unable to move. Wisps of black aura had entered her body. It made her feel very uncomfortable. But right now, she was more concerned about Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, she believed that she could survive. Otherwise, not only would Ling Xiao be finished, she would also not be able to survive. It's fine. Ling Xiao's eyes shone with a cold light. I can use this monster to temper my cultivation. Ling Xiao put away the heavenly victory sword. He charged towards the monster with his bare hands. The monster could easily send Zhu Xiaohan flying, but it couldn't repel Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao rose into the air and kept exchanging blows with the monster in the air. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. After more than 10 moves, Ling Xiao suddenly roared, "Wrath of the Black Soul." He punched out with both fists, and a huge black and white tiger roared out from his fists. Bang! The monster that Yun Shangcai had transformed into was directly repelled, and even the armor on his body dimmed. It was as if he had consumed a lot of energy. Oh no, the sixth leader is not that guy's opponent even after going crazy. Where did this guy come from? How can he be so terrifying? I heard that he's a warrior from the Golden Heavenly Nation. The Golden Heavenly Nation really lives up to its name. A small disciple actually has such terrifying strength. I really don't know how terrifying the other experts are. Is the sixth leader going to lose? What should we do? The Great River Bandits were very clear that once the sixth leader was defeated, it would be difficult for them to escape death. The key was that the sixth leader of the Great River Bandits had always been their symbol of invincibility. If they really lost, it would be a heavy blow to the Great River Bandits. No one could accept it. They pounced on the martial spirit barrier with all their might, attempting to shatter it. In this way, they could save the sixth leader, Yun Shangcai. At this moment, the black aura gushing out of Yun Shangcai's body became denser. He suddenly opened his mouth and released a terrifying aura. The aura of death that engulfed the entire martial soul boundary shrouded Ling Xiao. Chapter 4036. The frightening aura unleashed by Yun Shangcai could even corrode the martial soul barrier. Die! Die! There's no way you can defeat me. There's no way you can defeat me. I refuse to accept this. This is the aura of death, the aura of destruction, the torture from hell. Go die, go die, go die. Is it going to work? Behind Ling Xiao, a divine ice dragon suddenly appeared. Can your aura of death defeat my icy dragon breath? Condense all of them. The reason why Ling Xiao chose the icy dragon breath instead of the phoenix flames was because of Zhu Xiaohan. He had to try his best to control the aura of death and not let it spread. He could withstand it, but Zhu Xiaohan definitely couldn't. In just an instant, the icy dragon breath had frozen all the aura of death. Even Yun Shangcai was frozen. Within the martial soul barrier, Ling Xiao had everything under his control. After breaking through to the early 5th level Divine Core realm, his overall strength had skyrocketed. Although it was still impossible for him to defeat an 8th level Divine Core warrior, a 7th level Divine Core warrior was no longer a problem for him. With his current cultivation, even if he was facing a peak 7th level Divine Core warrior, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. He didn't even need to use the martial soul of tyrant to defeat him. Shatter! Ling Xiao squeezed his hand in the air, shattering all the ice crystals. Yun Shangsai's attack had vanished, and he had finally returned to his monster form. He looked exhausted. At this point, the battle could basically be declared over. Ling Xiao walked towards Yun Shangsai with an ice-cold smile on his face. Just as he was about to strike, Yun Shangsai suddenly let out a hysterical scream. Countless vengeful souls started tearing his soul apart. Ling Xiao stood still and stared at the scene in shock. Perhaps this is retribution. This Yun Shangsai had harmed many women in the past, so it was normal for him to be killed by those vengeful souls. Ling Xiao didn't plan to interfere. He just allowed Yun Shangsai to scream hysterically. "Kill me! I beg you, kill me! I don't want my body and soul to be destroyed. I beg you." Yun Shangsai was actually begging for death because he felt a pain that was even more terrifying than death. He couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to end this pain and seek survival from this suffering. Kill you? Killing you would be letting you off too easily. People like you deserve to die under endless torture. How many people have you harmed in the past? Now, you have to suffer the same amount of pain. You asked for it, and no one can help you. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Yun Shangsai. It would be too easy to just kill this kind of person. He turned around and walked towards Zhu Xiaohan. "Are you all right? It's nothing. I'm just a little shocked. I didn't know that your strength was so terrifying. No wonder you don't even put the Holy Master in your eyes." Zhu Xiaohan sighed. "It's not that I don't care. Speaking of which, if the Holy Lord wants to kill me, even though I won't die, I'm definitely not his match. It's just because I don't want to be associated with him. He's still stronger than me." Ling Xiao smiled and fed Zhu Xiaohan a healing pill. On the surface, Zhu Xiaohan didn't seem to be injured, but in reality, her soul and meridians were damaged. "Next, I'll have to trouble you to go somewhere to rest." Without waiting for Zhu Xiaohan to speak, Ling Xiao sent her into the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Zhu Xiaohan was injured now, so she couldn't help him much. Rather than letting her take the risk outside, it was better to send her into the Dongsheng Emperor Ring to rest. "First head, save me." On the other side, Yun Shangsai was still shouting with all his might. However, the person he was seeking help from was no longer Ling Xiao, but his own first master. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, only the first head would be able to free him. Otherwise, no one would be able to save him. At this moment, Ling Xiao frowned. All of a sudden, a huge hand reached out from the void and smashed down on the martial spirit barrier. This hand was extremely terrifying. With just 3 punches, a crack appeared on the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao frowned and took the initiative to remove the martial soul barrier. Then he controlled Yun Shangsai. The one who would save Yun Shangsai was definitely someone from the Great River Bandits. There was no doubt about that. And the one who was so powerful was definitely their first head. "Shangsai, wait a moment. Second head will bring people to save you." A voice came from the void. It lasted for a long time. "Kid, let go of sixth head quickly, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will be torn into pieces today, no matter what, and never be reincarnated." That voice was forceful and filled with majesty. It was obvious that he wanted to save Yun Shangsai, to threaten Ling Xiao. "You dare to threaten me? Do you think that I, Ling Xiao, will be scared?" Ling Xiao snorted coldly. In order to save time, he finally destroyed everything that Yun Shangsai had. Those vengeful souls ascended to the heavens. Ling Xiao didn't know where they went, but he believed that from this moment onwards, they should be free. They didn't need to be imprisoned by this treacherous and cunning Yun Shangsai. After killing Yun Shangsai, Ling Xiao turned to those Great River Bandits. He didn't show any mercy. He immediately summoned 1,000 East Emperor elites. He killed all 100 Great River Bandits without leaving a single one alive. After doing all this, Ling Xiao finally left. He had killed the sixth head and had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Although it was a great harvest, it still couldn't be considered a success for him. The scariest person among the Great River Bandits was the first head. Judging from the first head's performance just now, he should be at the 8th Divine Core realm. There was no way he could win by himself. Therefore, no matter how much he thought about it, he could only use his wits. Not long after Ling Xiao left, the Great River Bandits' second head appeared. He saw all the dead bodies on the ground. Then he saw the sixth head's mangled body. He let out a terrifying roar. "I don't care who you are. Daddy will kill you. Kill you. Find him. Even if we have to turn this place upside down, we have to find him." Following his order, all the Great River Bandits quickly dispersed. Although the sacrifice of the evil god was more important, if they couldn't kill all the rats that broke in, even the sacrifice of the evil god couldn't be carried out safely. If someone came looking for trouble at this moment, they would be even more panicked. Therefore, the best way was to find all the rats and kill them. What happened to you? While they were on their way, Zhu Xiaohan, who was in the Dongsheng Emperor ring, suddenly let out a painful moan. Ling Xiao stopped and asked, "I don't know, I feel so cold." Zhu Xiaohan's face was pale as she said in pain, "Not good. I think the evil energy has entered your body." Ling Xiao quickly let Zhu Xiaohan out from the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Then, both of their palms touched. He circulated his true yuan and expelled the evil energy from Zhu Xiaohan's body. Such an aura might be harmful to others, but to him, it was a treasure. Therefore, by helping Zhu Xiaohan expel the evil energy, he was actually helping himself to improve his strength. Chapter 40:37. Zhu Xiaohan's pale face blushed, and she said embarrassedly, "Ling Xiao, I'm so useless I've dragged you into this. Don't talk nonsense. If it wasn't for you, Yin Shangsai wouldn't have been fooled, and I wouldn't have killed him. What you need to do now is to let me heal you. You have to know you're very lucky. The true yuan in my body is different from ordinary people's. It can definitely help you improve your overall strength, and it can even change your physique and talent." Zhu Xiaohan nodded her head obediently, but in fact, she didn't really believe what Ling Xiao said. She felt like he was just comforting her. So, she didn't say anything. She just peacefully accepted the treatment. There were no enemies here anyway. It was safer here. After a brief moment, a shocked expression emerged on Zhu Xiaohan's face. She knew her own body the best. Originally, the evil energy in her body had caused her great pain. However, it had only been a few minutes, and he was already completely fine. Not only that, she could feel that some of her cells were stimulated by Ling Xiao's unique true yuan. Not only could she contain more true yuan, she could also sense many things that she couldn't understand before. It was as if she had comprehended everything in an instant. Did the cells in his brain mutate? As well, Zhu Xiaohan looked at Ling Xiao in shock, even though she had yet to make a breakthrough in her cultivation. Although she hadn't broken through to the next realm yet, she could feel that her upper limit had been raised. Even his mastery of combat techniques had improved by a large margin. If it was before, she wouldn't be a match for the Great River Bandits with her early 7th Divine Core cultivation base. But now, she could definitely gain the upper hand in a one-on-one battle. Even if it was a one-on-two battle, it might not be impossible. This was truly too miraculous. "I can't thank you enough." Zhu Xiaohan stared at Ling Xiao. Before this, she only admired Ling Xiao. But now, she had feelings for Ling Xiao. But of course, she was grateful. Although she was also a disciple of the Holy Lord, But the attention and support she received was nothing compared to Lu Qingmang by Luo Huangquan and Gui Li. She had never received any personal guidance from the Holy Lord. Now, the benefits he received from Ling Xiao were much more than what he had received from the Holy Master. If the Holy Lord were to become enemies with Ling Xiao, then she would definitely choose to support Ling Xiao. There was no hesitation at all. Who? Just as he was about to set off again, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He sensed several very faint auras nearby. Ordinary people would not be able to sense this aura. Because he was a top-notch beast god martial artist, he was very sensitive to auras. Only then did he notice the other party's presence. There were a total of 6 auras, some strong and some weak. However, he felt that even the weakest aura was at Yun Shangsai's level. It must not be a Great River Bandit. Great River Bandit is not that strong. Ling Xiao frowned and let Zhu Xiaohan return to the Dong Sheng Emperor Ring. Without Zhu Xiaohan holding him back, Ling Xiao could escape whenever he wanted, no matter how strong the opponent was. I didn't expect that someone would be able to detect our presence. You're very special. Following the voice, a terrifying energy immediately enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt as if he was being pressed down by a huge mountain, and his body instantly squatted down. He couldn't stand up even if he wanted to. So terrifying. This aura, it should be at least a heavenly core warrior. And there are 7 of them, not 6. This person's ability to hide his aura is too terrifying. I can't believe I didn't notice him at all. Ling Xiao was shocked. He forced himself to not kneel down. Although there was a huge mountain pressing down on him, he still forced himself to raise his head. He looked at the terrifying existence. It was a young girl, and she looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. She was very cute. She looked just like a doll. But this young girl had a pair of blood-red demonic eyes. They were shining with a strange and charming light. But this young girl had brought Ling Xiao a great shock and pressure. Heavenly Devil Ghost territory. In an instant, a name flashed in Ling Xiao's mind. The Heavenly Devil Ghost territory that was closest to the Northern Wind Kingdom, one of the 9-star Heavenly Realm. Rumor had it that the warriors of the Heavenly Devil Ghost territory worshipped the Heavenly Devils, and they were very cruel. But they had just met, so he couldn't be sure if the rumor was true. The only thing he could be sure of was that this young girl was very scary. Oh, you can guess where we came from. Interesting. The young girl was surprised. She looked at Ling Xiao with interest. She was no longer looking at him as if he was an insect on the ground. It's nothing. You're here, and you're so strong. Besides the Heavenly Devil Ghost territory, I can't think of any other power. As for the disciples of the Golden City, I'm sure they won't attack me. Ling Xiao slowly got used to the terrifying pressure, and he straightened his body. Pressure was just pressure. It came from the advantage of aura. Ling Xiao's martial soul of tyrant heavens could get used to it. Looking at this, the young girl was even more surprised. Interesting, young miss, this young man is much stronger than we thought. It's already a miracle that he was able to find us. To be able to withstand young Mrs. terrifying pressure, the young generation of the Golden Heavenly Nation is really extraordinary. A bearded man next to her laughed. Young miss, get rid of him. I'm afraid this person will pose a threat to our Heavenly Devil Ghost territory in the future. A weak, scholarly-looking martial artist said. Listening to you people, it seems that you think you're in control of my fate. Ling Xiao mocked. Besides this little girl, which one of you is my opponent? Are the people of the Heavenly Devil Ghost territory so arrogant and ignorant? Ha 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 ha. This kid is really brilliant when given a little sunshine. He doesn't know his limits. Young miss, Leave him to me, I'll get rid of him. We can't let outsiders know that we're here. Although the cultivator, dressed like a scholar, looked weak on the outside, he still had some elegance. However, to keep talking about fighting and killing at the drop of a hat, his heart was truly sinister. It was annoying. Forget it, he's not a member of the Great River Bandits. He should be a disciple of the Golden City. The young miss shook her head and said, "We've always minded our own business with the Golden City. Moreover, that person and I are sisters. If we touch the people of the Golden City, won't we be too stingy? After all, that person has helped us a lot to seize the rule of the Heavenly Devil Ghost territory." The young girl shook her head and looked at Ling Xiao. She withdrew her pressure and said, "I'm Qi Yaoguang, what about you?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Ling Xiao, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant outside. Otherwise, if you meet someone with a bad temper, I'm afraid they'll really kill you." Qi Yaoguang said with a smile. When she said this, Qi Yaoguang still had a high and mighty face. This made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. Chapter 40:38. It is said that the people of the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory are vicious and merciless, but it seems that it is not the case today. Since the other party had no hostility, Ling Xiao would not deliberately find trouble and said something to make the other party happy. However, the next sentence took a turn. "Even so, does this girl think that I have to kneel when I meet you? Is that not arrogant? Aren't you the ones who are really arrogant? So I think it is more appropriate to return this sentence to you." Ha ha ha. So what if the people of the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory are arrogant, especially in front of a reptile like you? It would be strange if they were not arrogant. A person like you should kneel to us. Is there anything wrong with that? The bearded man laughed heartily. The moment the laughter ended, he suddenly jumped up. He punched towards Ling Xiao. Although there was no killing intent, it was clear that he wanted to suppress Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao kneel on the ground, to humiliate Ling Xiao. "Hulai, stop. We still have serious things to do. Don't waste time." Just as the boar jumped up, the girl called Qi Yaoguang spoke out. Hulai had already erupted with ferocity, but at this moment, he instantly retracted his aura. Obviously, he was afraid of the girl. "You can go." Qi Yaoguang waved at Ling Xiao and said, "Although you are very proud and arrogant now, but reality will soon make you bow your head. Don't blame me for not reminding you that someone has already caught up. And they are very strong. They are not weaker than Hulai." "Then let the facts speak." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and left. His goal was naturally the deeper parts of the river bandits' lair. Perhaps the others would meet up with him there. "Miss, this kid is looking down on us too much. Why don't you let me do it?" After Ling Xiao left, Hulai could not help but ask, "This kid seems to be very familiar with this place. We want to find that young demon Bai. Perhaps it would be more efficient to follow him. How about this? You guys stay a little further away. That kid's intuition is very sensitive. Other than me, he seems to be able to sense it. I'll follow him personally. You guys just have to follow me. Try not to make a move as much as possible to avoid being found out by young demon Bai. If he escaped, it would be troublesome. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. There must be another exit here." Qi Yaoguang said, "All right, young Mississippi, I'll do as you say." Everyone nodded in agreement. Qi Yaoguang also followed. Her qi restraining technique was also very famous in the Heavenly Devil Ghost territory. But even so, she didn't dare to get too close. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not very high, he always felt that there was something mysterious about him. This was also the reason why she didn't want her subordinates to have a dispute with Ling Xiao. This should be the path to the evil god's sacrifice. Ling Xiao stood in front of an intact wall. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to see anything wrong with the wall. However, Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that this wall was just an illusion created by an array formation. Through this place, he could directly attack the root of the problem. However, the problem now was that he only had Zhu Xiaohan by his side. With the strength of the two of them, it was still somewhat troublesome. As he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a battle cry. There, here. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. The second head of the Great River Bandits had rushed over with a group of martialists. The second head is much stronger than Yun Shangcai. I don't know if he has any special treasures on him. If he does, I'm afraid he won't be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao frowned. However, he didn't retreat. This was the only way to attack the root of the problem. He had to break the array formation as soon as possible. Master, thank you for your trouble. A Yuan Venerate could still be of great help at a critical moment. Ling Xiao's master had been working with him since they were in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao wouldn't easily disturb his master. However, this was a special situation, and he had to use the power of a Yuan Venerate. Don't worry. The Yuan Venerate didn't say much and immediately started to break the array formation. Ling Xiao faced the second head and many Great River Bandits. Ling Xiao, let me out and let's fight together, Zhu Xiaohan said from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. All right. Ling Xiao didn't refuse. Zhu Xiaohan had already recovered from her injuries. Even if she couldn't defeat the second head, she could still kill some of them. He pretended to knock on the badger. Kid, are you the one who killed my sixth brother? The second master looked very bold and powerful and very sturdy. He held a large blade in his hand and had the characteristics of a bandit leader. That's right. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything. He had killed Yun Shangcai, so there was no need to hide this. As soon as he said that, a few people rushed out from the other forks. Ling Xiao, we're here to help you. Zhan Long, Qin Xiuji, He Ningdi, and even Hinajiku and Qinyu came to help. Only Lu Qingmang and Bai Luo Huangquan stood in the distance with the intention of watching from the sidelines. Are the three of you not going to make a move? A terrifying killing intent was brewing in Ling Xiao's heart. If the three of them really didn't make a move, then there was no need to keep them alive. Even if he had to break the rules, he would still kill the three of them, because not only would these people not be of any help to him, they would also hinder him at a critical moment. For him, this was a very bad thing. Lu Qingmang hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still decided to join the fight. This man knew what was important and what was not. Perhaps in his mind, if Ling Xiao died, then his plan to eliminate all the Great River Bandits would fail. Besides, he needed to perform better. He needed more points. Leave this second head to me. He immediately charged over and stopped the second head and engaged in a great battle. Lu Qingmang's strength was indeed strong. Facing the second head, who was a peak 7th Divine Core warrior, she wasn't at a disadvantage at all. On the contrary, because of her ingenious moves and outstanding martial skills, she actually had the upper hand. However, Bai Luo Huangquan didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously. They were still standing there, as if they wanted to watch the show. A cold light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. With a flash of his body, he killed 4 or 5 Great River Bandits who were blocking his way. Without the second head's obstruction, no one here could stop him. Ling Xiao arrived in front of Bai Luo and Huang Quan. He stared at them coldly and said, "What did I tell you when I saved you? Have you forgotten it so quickly? You told us to listen to your commands. Of course we remember." Bai Luo said with disdain, "But do you really think we'll listen to your commands? The Saint Lord didn't set you as the captain. It's our senior disciple, Lu Qingmeng. Who do you think you are? Why should we listen to you? That's right, we didn't take revenge on you because we're from the same sect. Do you really think we'll listen to you? Get the hell out of here and fight. If we join forces, you won't be able to survive. Huang Quan sneered as well. This couple was really jackals of the same tribe. If they weren't from the same family, they wouldn't enter the same house. Even their shameless personalities were exactly the same. Chapter 40:39. If that's the case, are you going to disobey my orders? Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile. If I can save you, I can also send you to the afterlife. Don't regret it. If he had a way to kill Mo Billion, he naturally had a way to kill Bai Luo and Huang Quan. While they were talking, a group of Great River bandits surrounded them. However, they were blocked by Zhanlong and the others. Bai Luo, Huang Quan, even if you don't want to listen to Ling Zhao's orders, everyone is fighting. But now that everyone is fighting, are you going to stand aside and watch? Zhanlong roared. Don't be crazy. We only have 10 people left. Are you two going to fight among yourselves? Zhu Xiaohan also said, Humph, what kind of drug did Ling Xiao give you to make you side with him like this? Bai Luo snorted coldly. I'll say it again. The Holy Lord set the leader to be eldest senior brother. It's not Ling Xiao. We know what to do and what not to do. We don't need you to teach us. That's what I mean. Huang Quan agreed. You don't need to persuade me anymore. People like them are a hindrance to our team. I'll make them withdraw. Ling Xiao said coldly. You want us to withdraw. Don't think you're stronger than us just because you're good at mechanisms and formations. In our eyes, you're nothing. Bai Luo said disdainfully. At the same time, he released his martial soul. A terrifying aura completely erupted. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. By the way, let me tell you that the Holy Master has also given us an order to kill you. We're just following orders. It's not even considered breaking the rules. Useless teammates. Lu Qingmeng felt depressed hearing Bai Luo's words. How could such words be said out loud? The Holy Lord did want to kill Ling Xiao, but that was an assassination, not something he could do openly. He wanted to stop Bai Luo and Huang Quan, but the second head was pressing him so hard that he couldn't do anything. Helpless, he could only hope that Bai Luo and Huang Quan would work together to kill Ling Xiao. That way, even if something happened, it would have nothing to do with him. Although Ling Zhao's death would affect the mission, this time, Ling Zhao's death would affect the mission. But the mission wouldn't be completed anyway. He didn't think they were a match for the Great River bandits. At this moment, Huang Quan also released his martial soul. Ascending by Luo Huang Quan, both of them released their martial souls at the same time. No wonder the two of them were so confident that they could kill Ling Xiao. After all, their combined combat strength was already close to Yun Shangxai's. If Ling Xiao had not broken through, perhaps it would have taken a lot of effort to kill them. Ling Xiao could not help but reveal a cold smile. He instantly transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. A great battle was about to break out. Now, our common enemy is the Great River bandits. Ling Xiao, just bear with it. Once both of you are injured, the Great River bandits will take advantage of you. Zhanlong was right, but both of them were injured. It seemed like Bai Luo and Huang Quan weren't qualified to injure Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. In his eyes, Bai Luo and Huang Quan were nothing. Who would have thought that Bai Luo would clamor instead? Zhanlong, aren't you thinking too highly of Ling Xiao? He's just a peak 4th Divine Corps warrior. What makes him think he can injure both of us? 2 tigers fighting each other? At most, he's just a wolf. There's no way he can defeat us two tigers. While speaking, the clear sky behind Bailuo began to condense a green light and energy. Then it covered his entire body. At the same time, the yellow spring water behind Huang Quan also covered her body. Their powers fused together. It was a terrifying scene. Some people said that Bailuo and Huang Quan were the second and third strongest young warriors in War Soul Sacred City. If they worked together, even the number 1 ranked Lu Qingmeng wouldn't be able to win. Not many people had seen them working together before. Even Zhan Long hadn't seen it before, because Bailuo and Huang Quan alone could take care of most of the enemies. Now that they were working together, Zhan Long and the others finally understood. The rumors weren't false. Furthermore, when these two worked together, they were even more terrifying than the rumors. What should we do now? Zhan Long and the others were anxious, but the problem was they couldn't help Ling Xiao. There were too many Great River Bandits, and they were forced into a tight corner. All they could do was help Ling Xiao clean up the surrounding Great River Bandits. As for the rest, they couldn't do anything. Furthermore, no matter if it was Zhan Long or Zhu Xiaohan, they were no match for Bailuo and Huang Quan. I'm not afraid to tell you, Ling Xiao, even if it's the city lord of War Soul Sacred City, we can still fight him to a draw. How can you compare with us? Bailuo sneered. Huang Quan, it's time. And because they knew this was an order from the Saint Lord. Therefore, they didn't have any worries. Even if they broke the rules by killing Ling Xiao. At most, they would lose the ranking battle. They could still live well in War Soul Sacred City. At least, the Saint Lord wouldn't abandon them. On the contrary, he would take care of them more. Double nightmare of heaven and hell. Bailuo and Huang Quan both knew. Any one of them attacking alone wouldn't cause any harm to Ling Xiao. Therefore, the moment he attacked, it was a combo attack. As their moves were blasted out, a green light and a red light blended together. Then they merged into a terrifying sword energy. With the momentum of going up to Bailuo and Huang Quan, it attacked Ling Xiao. Both Bailuo and Huang Quan used swords. It was easier for the sword energy to merge. That violent power was unleashed in the crowd. Even the Great River Bandits were scared and fled to the side. Zhan Long and the others were forced to retreat by this terrifying power. They couldn't go over to help even if they wanted to. It's too scary. With the two of them working together, Ling Xiao will definitely die. Zhan Long was depressed. If only I was stronger. But now I can only watch. Damn it. Zhu Xiaohan was as depressed as him. Zhu Xiaohan was saved by Ling Xiao before, so she had a good impression of Ling Xiao. At this moment, she desperately rushed forward, resisting that terrifying power. But she didn't notice that the cultivation sea in her body was rising crazily. With the influence of Ling Xiao's true essence, her cultivation also had a trace of Ling Xiao's characteristics, although it was only 1 out of 10,000 of Ling Xiao's. But for her, it was already very powerful. Why are you panicking? Others don't understand, but don't you? Ling Xiao glanced at Zhu Xiaohan and smiled, faintly. Zhu Xiaohan was stunned. She suddenly remembered the battle between Ling Xiao and Yun Shangsai. In that battle, Ling Xiao finally won and killed Yun Shangsai. Yun Shangsai's power was even more terrifying than Bailuo and Huang Quan working together. Chapter 40. Aside from Zhu Xiaohan, everyone else thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand Blue Sky Yellow Spring's terrifying attack. It was just that their understanding of Ling Xiao was still too little. They also thought that Ling Xiao was useless, especially Blue Sky and Yellow Spring. Perhaps in their eyes, Ling Xiao's strength was at most equal to an early 7th Divine Core warrior. Even defeating Niuer was just a stroke of luck. No one knew where their confidence came from. Why did they think they were truly powerful while others relied on luck? Facing blue sky and yellow spring's ferocious attack, what Ling Xiao did was to thrust out the Eastern Victory Sky Sword. He didn't use any martial skills. It was just a simple thrust. Although the Eastern Victory Sky Sword had lost its grade after merging with its weapon soul, it was still much stronger than the Blood Sovereign Sword. Ling Xiao could even feel that when this sword thrust out, it was even stronger than his body. At the very least, it should be able to unleash the power of an immortal grade, heavenly king weapon. And this was just for now. Now that the Eastern Victory Sky Sword had a weapon soul, it could continue to grow. The stronger the user, the stronger it would become. They could feel the terrifying sword intent. Lu Qingmeng and Second Head Elder couldn't help but glance over. Both of them were afraid of Ling Xiao. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly attack them. Therefore, they were paying close attention to Ling Xiao's every move. When they saw that Ling Xiao's sword was aimed at blue sky and yellow spring, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Once again, they clashed. Boom! The Eastern Victory Sky Sword collided with blue sky yellow spring's attack. The violent force sent many warriors flying away. The entire underground world was shaking nonstop. A huge amount of dust fell from the cave walls. If it wasn't for the formation that was set up here, this strike would have caused the entire cave to collapse. So terrifying. Who won? After the dust settled, the crowd quickly looked over at the two combatants. Although everyone thought that Ling Xiao was no match for blue sky yellow spring, the result was still unknown. But the results were not out yet, so no one could say for sure. There were always accidents in this world. That's impossible. A shocking scene appeared. Bai Luo and Huang Quan were sent flying into the cave wall by the sword, although the two of them were not seriously injured. However, he was clearly at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Ling Xiao looked like a god of war with the East Victory heavenly sword in hand. He did not retreat an inch. You've broken through again. Bai Luo and Huang Quan got up and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. After coming into contact with him, he found out that Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through again. He had broken through to the early 5th Divine Core realm. However, there was one thing they couldn't understand. Although Jiang Chun had broken through from the perfect 4th Divine Core realm to the early 4th Divine Core realm, he still hadn't broken through. There shouldn't be such a powerful attack. This was illogical. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. He couldn't believe it at all. Just how strong is he? Zhan Long smiled bitterly. He had never underestimated Ling Xiao. But there was a limit to a man's imagination. He also did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually be valiant to such an extent, making people speechless. As for the others, when they saw how terrifying Ling Xiao was, only now did the second head understand why his 6th brother had died. These young men from the Golden Heavenly Nation were not weak, especially that guy called Ling Xiao. It was as if there was a terrifying ancient beast hiding in his body, and he brought great pressure to everyone. Since we're from the same sect, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and apologize, then listen to my orders. Or else, don't blame me for being merciless. He still had to put on an act. After all, no one knew if the leader Diying and Azure Lotus Sword Mistress were watching them from the dark. If you wanted to kill someone, you had to make them go crazy first. Bai Luo and Huang Quan were both arrogant men. The reason why he asked them to kneel down and apologize was to provoke them. He wanted them to lose their minds, to attack him. With that, he would have a way to kill them. Kneel down and apologize? That time, it was because we couldn't get out of the cage. We had no choice but to do so. But this time, don't even think about making us bow our heads. Huang Quan, for our dignity, for the sacred Lord, we're going all out. Bai Luo said to Huang Quan, I'll do whatever my husband does. Huang Quan nodded. All right. Bai Luo nodded, then opened his mouth and released his inner core. Huang Quan released his inner core as well. The two inner cores approached each other. The two forces caused the entire underground world to shake again. You two are crazy. Hurry up and take back your inner cores. Lu Qingmong was also anxious. These two lunatics wanted to detonate their inner cores. Their inner cores were earth cores, and they were earth cores. Once detonated, this place would be turned into ruins. At that time, not only would Ling Xiao die, but they would also die with him. Eldest senior brother, unless you kill Ling Xiao, we won't stop. Bai Luo shook his head. He had already made up his mind. He had to kill Ling Xiao. You two are crazy. Can't you see that I still have an opponent? Lu Qingmong was annoyed. Right now, he was being held back by the second chief, although he had the upper hand. There was no way he could escape. Forget about it then. Bai Luo turned to Ling Xiao and said, Now it's time for you to kneel down and apologize. If you don't kneel down, we'll detonate our inner cores and die together, with you. Hearing this, the crowd finally understood. So it turned out that Bai Luo didn't really want to die. He just wanted to use this method to threaten Ling Xiao. They looked at Ling Xiao, wondering what Ling Xiao was going to do in this situation. Die together? Do you think you can do that? Ling Xiao's words had stunned everyone, even an 8th-level Divine Core warrior. A Heavenly Core warrior wouldn't dare to face the self-detonation of 2 Earth Core warriors. They wouldn't dare to be so careless. Ling Xiao's next words made them even more confused and confused. If you want to detonate your inner cores, then hurry up. I don't have to do it myself. After all, killing fellow disciples isn't a good reputation. If you can kill yourselves, then you'll be doing me a great favor. His words were filled with sarcasm and provocation. He was just adding fuel to the fire. Ling Xiao, don't talk nonsense. If you push them too far, they will really detonate themselves. Lu Qingmong roared while fighting. Just focus on the battle. You don't have to worry about what's going on here. They are the ones who want to detonate themselves, not me. Do you want me to kneel down before them? Ling Xiao said with disdain. They don't have the right to do that. Damn it. Bai Luo's thoughts were completely seen through by Ling Xiao. Right now, he was stuck in a dilemma. He couldn't back down now. Why don't you just detonate yourselves? I would like to see how powerful your self-detonation will be. Can you blow up this great river bandit's nest? Ling Xiao mocked, continuing to add fuel to the fire. I'm really going to detonate myself. Bai Luo had lost all his confidence. No one is stopping you. Bring it on. Ling Xiao beckoned with his finger. Chapter 4041. Damn it, you lunatic. Bai Luo was still hesitating. He was already prepared to perish together with Ling Xiao. But when a person was about to die, he would still hesitate. What's more, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be afraid at all. He was really worried that after he self-destructed, Ling Xiao wouldn't die. That would be depressing. Humph, I knew that you two cowards wouldn't dare. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully, and then turned to look at the second head. At this moment, Bai Luo revealed a ruthless expression. We'll fulfill your wish. The end of hell and heaven. Bai Luo and Huang Quan didn't expect that the reason Ling Xiao turned around was to create an opportunity for them. They really fell for it. Violent energy continued to leak out from the 2 Earth cores. Stop, Bai Luo. Huang Quan, there's still time to regret. Don't act recklessly. On the other side, Zhan Long and the others shouted crazily. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop it anymore. Heaven and hell in a single thought. When Bai Luo and Huang Quan thought that they had found an opportunity to destroy Ling Xiao through self-destruction, they finally made their final decision. Once this decision was made, it wouldn't be easy to change it. Of course, more importantly, even if their inner cores self-destructed, they would only lose all their cultivation. They might not die. If they wanted to cultivate in the future, they could still cultivate. At that time, the Holy Lord would definitely treat them better. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao would definitely die. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and revealed a smile. This smile made Bai Luo and Huang Quan's hearts thump. They felt that they had been tricked. They had fallen into a trap, but they couldn't figure out what Ling Xiao was going to use to deal with them. And even if they could figure it out, what could they do? They couldn't change anything. Run. The only thing they could think of was to run, because they knew. Once Bai Luo and Huang Quan's earth cores self-destructed, this place would be completely destroyed. They would also be buried alive. The ones who escaped the fastest were the second master and the great river bandit. They didn't want to die for nothing. Lu Qingmeng also escaped rather quickly. This kid didn't have any feelings for Ling Xiao, so he wouldn't hesitate. The slowest to escape were Zhu Xiaohan and Zhan Long. Both of them had received Ling Xiao's kindness and were unwilling to flee for their lives alone. Far away, a pair of eyes were fixed on the situation here. That's why, kid, you're still too young and too arrogant. I warned you. It was Qi Yaoguang. She also thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, because he really couldn't find a way to avoid this situation. Even if it was her, it would be impossible for her to save Ling Xiao from such a long distance. However, in the next moment, a strange scene occurred. Even this young miss was dumbstruck. Out of nowhere, Bai Luo, Huang Quan, second master, and the large group of pirates all disappeared. Only Ling Xiao stood there with a cold smile on his face. No one knew what happened. Only Ling Xiao knew. At that moment, he directly sent these people into his universe of tyrants. This universe of tyrants had already spread out when he was fighting with Bai Luo and Huang Quan. It was just that the others didn't know. At this moment, it was the perfect time to swallow all these people. In the universe of tyrants, Bai Luo and Huang Quan's nadens exploded. In an instant, it was as if a planet exploded. The violent energy destroyed everyone, including the second master, the pirates, and Bai Luo and Huang Quan. The energy from the explosion surged into Ling Xiao's cultivation sea and cells. Activating his cultivation sea, the energy in it instantly increased by 10%. In the next moment, he threw out all the fragments of the explosion. On the ground, there were all charred fragments. If one looked carefully, they could sense the aura of those who died. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded, including Lu Qingmeng. Everyone felt that they had underestimated Ling Xiao. At that moment, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die. But he had created a miracle, and the others didn't even know how he had done it. Little girl, have you seen enough? Ling Xiao suddenly looked into the distance where Qi Yaoguang was. The first time, he didn't notice Qi Yaoguang's existence. That was because Qi Yaoguang was very calm and didn't have any emotional fluctuations. But it was different this time. Ling Xiao instantly changed the situation and made use of Bai Luo and Huang Quan's self-detonation to not only make Bai Luo and Huang Quan die, he also killed the second leader of the Great River Bandits and many other Great River Bandits. This caused Qi Yaoguang's emotions to fluctuate for a moment. It was this fluctuation that was caught by Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao also noticed two other people. One was Di Ying. Di Ying also hid his aura in the distance. Because he was far away, Ling Xiao didn't notice him before. After all, Even Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye and soul power had a range. It couldn't extend that far. Di Ying's expression wasn't very good. It was full of fear and anger. He even clenched his fists and had an impulse to kill Ling Xiao. All of a sudden, he took out a mask and put it on his face. Then, he quickly rushed over. The third aura besides Di Ying was very obscure. Ling Xiao only caught a trace of it, but it was very familiar. It was undoubtedly the Green Lotus Swordswoman. Unfortunately, it disappeared in an instant. Di Ying rushed over, his target obviously Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. He hadn't expected City Lord Di to be so reckless. He actually planned to attack him in front of the Green Lotus Swordswoman. Unfortunately, Di Ying missed the best opportunity to kill him. He had nothing to fear now. As for Qi Yaoguang, he stomped his feet angrily after being seen through by Ling Xiao. Then he hit his aura again and disappeared. Ling Xiao, you killed by Luo and Huang Quan. How do you explain this? Lu Qingmong seemed to have sensed Di Ying's existence. She might have even received Di Ying's soul voice transmission. She actually wanted to make things difficult for Ling Xiao now. There was a murderous aura in his cold eyes. Like by Luo and Huang Quan, he wanted Ling Xiao's life. However, he was smarter and wasn't as stupid and careless as the other two. He had been waiting for an opportunity to wash away his humiliation. Now it was his chance. Is there something wrong with your brain? Or are you blind? Why did you see that I killed by Luo and Huang Quan? It was obvious that they exploded their inner cores to kill me. I saved you, didn't I? You ungrateful be *starred. Did the sacred Lord teach a disciple like you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. They died because of you. If you didn't provoke them, they might not have done that. You made them kneel, which led to what happened just now. Lu Qingmong naturally had to find an excuse to attack Ling Xiao. It didn't matter whether this excuse was reasonable or not. Chapter 4042. If you want to attack me, just do it. Why do you have to find such a useless excuse? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qingmong with disdain. You just think that Di Ying is going to attack me. You want to take advantage of this opportunity? But do you think that you can kill me if you two work together? What? Hearing this, Lu Qingmong's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? What does this have to do with City Lord Di Ying? He did not expect that Ling Xiao had already sensed Di Ying's presence. You'll have to ask him. Ling Xiao looked in one direction. The masked Di Ying had appeared. Di Ying was surprised that Ling Xiao had seen through his identity, but the arrow had already been knocked, and he could not be bothered to explain. As long as he did not take off his mask, his identity would not be exposed. He charged at Ling Xiao. So what if his identity was exposed after killing Ling Xiao? He was one of the city lords of Fighting Soul Sacred City. The City of Gold would not do anything to him for killing a disciple. Everyone was still wondering who the person who had suddenly appeared was, but he was already charging at Ling Xiao. His speed was fast, and his attacks were ruthless. He was not a weakling. Ling Xiao sneered. He activated his vital essence and said, I didn't expect the city Lord Di Ying to be such a lowly person. As the leader, you have to do such a despicable thing. Do you think that your identity will not be exposed if you don't speak? If you have the ability, don't use your vital essence. Otherwise, everyone here will be familiar with your aura. Di Ying still did not speak. He was already in front of Ling Xiao. Then, he threw a palm at Ling Xiao's head. Falling plumb clear, shadow step. Ling Xiao stepped lightly on the ground. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was behind Di Ying. Not only that, Di Ying's mask was already in his hands. What? At first, the others were doubtful of Ling Xiao's words. They thought that Di Ying would not do such a foolish thing. But now there was nothing to doubt. Master, Chen Yu frowned and said, Ling Xiao saved our lives. Furthermore, the mission this time, without him, we wouldn't have been able to complete it. No matter how much you hate him, you shouldn't make a move now. Idiot! Have you forgotten how your brother, Chun Hao, died? Since his identity had been exposed, Di Ying no longer pretended to be mute. Now is the chance. Attack now and help me kill this bastard. Impossible. Chun Yu shook his head and said, although Chun Hao is my younger brother, he has never given me a good attitude. He even used his family's love for him to target me. In comparison, Ling Xiao is my savior. Trash. Di Ying cursed, then continued, all of you listen up. Ling Xiao is a spy of the heavenly fiend ghost horde. You sneaked into fighting Soul Sacred City to disrupt the order of the city. Now, attack quickly and cooperate with me to kill it. He was trying to find a suitable reason for his actions. He actually accused Ling Xiao of being a spy of the heavenly fiend ghost horde. Everyone was stunned. However, they didn't believe it. City Lord Di Ying, I'll help you. Since the others didn't believe it, they naturally wouldn't help Di Ying. However, Lu Qingmong was different. Even though he knew that Di Ying was lying, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have another chance. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. City Lord Di, I'll help you to kill this spy. Bring back order to fighting Soul Sacred City. Lu Qingmong joined the battle and attacked Ling Xiao with Di Ying. Lu Qingmong, are you crazy? If Ling Xiao is a spy, why would he save us? You've really disappointed us. Zhanlong roared. Lu Qingmong didn't respond. Ling Xiao was the one who saved him. Of course, he knew that clearly. However, the Sacred Lord's order was to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had once made him kneel. He had always held a grudge against Ling Xiao. Now he naturally had to attack. Only when Ling Xiao was dead could his humiliation be erased. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he attacked even more fiercely. Perhaps he couldn't do much to Ling Xiao with his strength alone. However, he had Di Ying with him. These two experts at the perfected Earth Core realm were enough to make Ling Xiao suffer. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to fight them head-on. Instead, he used the falling plum clear shadow step and the cosmic light body to dodge. Although the space here wasn't big, the falling plum clear shadow step's beauty was that it could appear and disappear unpredictably even in a narrow space. Di Ying and Lu Qingmong were powerful, but it was meaningless if they couldn't touch him. Big bastard and little bastard, are you so eager to kill me? I won't die. I'll anger you to death. While dodging, Ling Xiao was still able to speak leisurely. And you two, remember this. You'd better not be alone. Otherwise, I'll kill you one by one. Admittedly, he couldn't kill both Lu Qingmong and Di Ying by himself. However, he would definitely win one-on-one. Therefore, if either one of them was alone, he would have a way to kill that guy. Disciple, the array formation has been broken. You can enter now. Yuan Venerate's voice was heard at that moment. Master, you really came at the right time. Thank you. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile when he heard Yuan Venerate's voice. Then he immediately leaped into the depths. That's the entrance. After him. Di Ying called out to Lu Qingmong and chased after him. He definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao live. As long as Ling Xiao was alive, he would be a huge threat to him. He had to kill him as soon as possible. Di Ying and Lu Qingmong hadn't truly seen Ling Xiao's full abilities. However, Ling Xiao could make Bai Luo and Huang Quan's inner cores explode. Just this ability alone was already very powerful. If they didn't get rid of Ling Xiao, how could they still have a place in fighting Soul Sacred City? Zhanlong and the others also followed in. Although their abilities were limited, they still had to go in and take a look since they were already here. They weren't too worried about Ling Xiao anymore. Given Ling Xiao's superb movement technique, it wouldn't be easy for others to catch up to him. Lu Qingmong and Di Ying had already tried so hard earlier, but hadn't they still failed to catch Ling Xiao? After they entered, Qi Yaoguang arrived at the entrance. A few people from the Sky Fiend Ghost territory arrived soon after. Young miss, this kid is strange. Looks like we've all underestimated him. The one who spoke was the big-bearded Hu Lai. If he were to fight with Ling Xiao again, he definitely wouldn't underestimate him like before. Ling Xiao's performance had really broadened his horizons. Yeah, he was so arrogant before. I can see that he's really capable. Although his cultivation isn't that great, his actual combat strength is very strong. Also, I can't understand that divine technique. How exactly did he do it? How did he make those people disappear all of a sudden? Qi Yaoguang frowned. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Forget it. Let's follow. We've already been discovered anyway. There's no need to be so careful." Everyone followed in immediately. Chapter 40-43. Di Ying and Lu Qingmong chased very quickly. But the great river bandits' lair was like an ant's nest. After entering, it was divided into many small passages. Ling Xiao relied on his Tai Chi eye to capture the exact path. But it was different for the people following behind him. Soon, Di Ying and Lu Qingmong went the wrong way. In the blink of an eye, the two went to two completely different paths. They couldn't go back even if they wanted to. Ling Xiao didn't care about the others, but since these two bastards went their separate ways, Ling Xiao wouldn't let them off easily. The first one he would kill was Di Ying. Di Ying was stronger than Lu Qingmong, but if he killed him, Lu Qingmong would become a cowardly trash. He could do it whenever he wanted. Ling Xiao waited there, waiting for Di Ying's arrival. Di Ying didn't have an eye technique like the Tai Chi eye, and in this great river bandit's lair, his divine sense was greatly suppressed. This greatly reduced the range of his detection. By the time he discovered Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt a burst of sword chi rushing towards him from the front. Di Ying jumped in fright and hurriedly circulated his true essence, condensing a golden light around his body. Boom! The sword chi hit the golden light. The light immediately dimmed. Not only that, Di Ying was sent flying more than 10 meters away. When he got up and tried to escape, he found himself in Ling Xiao's martial spirit barrier. Di Ying, you could have at least lived until I left War's soul sacred city. But you insisted on killing me, so don't blame me. Today, I'll let you know that even if it's a city lord like you, I'll still kill you. Even though killing Di Ying would be difficult, but it could be done once and for all. Otherwise, if he was ambushed while he was on a mission, it would be troublesome. As Ling Xiao spoke, the East Victory Sky Sword in his hand didn't stop. With the activation of the sword intent, even the most ordinary stab would become extremely powerful. The violent sword chi tore the surrounding ground and walls. Everywhere it went, there were explosions. Good sword. At this moment, Di Ying did not feel fear. He quickly got up from the ground. Instead, he was very interested in the sword in Ling Xiao's hands. Although he couldn't tell what grade the heavenly sword of Dongsheng was, he still couldn't tell. But that kind of overwhelming power still made people not dare to underestimate it. However, Di Ying did not understand. Ling Xiao was just a martial artist from a small place. How could he have such a powerful weapon? No, I must kill this brat and get my hands on that sword. At this moment, Di Ying's killing intent was even thicker. If he allowed Ling Xiao to continue living, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Di Ying roared, and the aura on his body surged. A large amount of true essence condensed in his hands. Then he blasted out, Heavenly Eagle's seal. Both palms struck out at the same time, and the palm wind blasted out. It actually transformed into the appearance of an eagle, and its power was extremely violent. Ling Zhao's sword qi was extremely fast. When the Heavenly Eagle seal was released, it had already arrived. The golden light enveloped the sword qi, and the sword qi seemed to have encountered a huge obstacle. Its speed became extremely slow. Caw! An eagle's cry sounded out. The Heavenly Eagle palm print actually used its claws to grab onto the sword qi. Crack! The sword qi instantly shattered. But the sword qi was still extremely sharp. The tiny fragments of sword qi smashed onto Di Ying's protective true essence like raindrops. One of the sword qi even left a bloody mark on Di Ying's face. Di Ying had underestimated Ling Xiao. He had underestimated this seemingly ordinary but actually terrifying sword qi. What a kid! You're just an early 5th Divine Core warrior. How dare you injure me? Di Ying was a man who cared a lot about his face. As the mayor, he was actually injured by a disciple. This made him furious. Furious, he once again punched out with both palms. The Heavenly Eagle seal was unleashed. The Heavenly Eagle seal was Di Ying's unique skill, a mid-7th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. In terms of strength and level, it was much stronger than any of Ling Zhao's martial skills. Even the innate Celestial Devil seal couldn't compare with it. With this skill, Di Ying could even kill a mid-7th grade Divine Core warrior with a single palm strike. Furious, Di Ying's true essence was unleashed to 90%. The Heavenly Eagle seal was much stronger than before. Dirt kept exploding from the ground and flying into the air. The ferocious wind from the palm strike blew away the sand and rocks, causing Ling Zhao's clothes to flutter violently. Caw! The Heavenly Eagle let out a cry, trying to tear Ling Xiao apart. The protective true essence around Ling Zhao's body was distorted and deformed by this impact. It looked like it could shatter at any moment. Humph! Ling Xiao coldly harumphed. Then he took a step forward. A ferocious aura was unleashed from his body. In an instant, he had transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. The beast god's fighting intent was unleashed. A ferocious airflow was unleashed, cutting off the Heavenly Eagle seal's true essence. Without the true essence, the Heavenly Eagle seal was just an arrow that couldn't move. The threat it posed was greatly reduced. Destroy it! Ling Xiao didn't stop there. The East Victory Sky Sword in his hand pierced towards the Heavenly Eagle seal. The terrifying roar of a demonic beast could be heard from within the sword. The Heavenly Eagle seal's power was instantly dispersed. Crack! In the next moment, the East Victory Sky Sword pierced the Heavenly Eagle seal. This wasn't sword qi. It was the real East Victory Sky Sword. The moment the sword touched the Heavenly Eagle seal, the seal began to disintegrate. This kid, Di Ying's frown deepened. The battle prowess displayed by Ling Xiao was not inferior to the treasured sword in his hand. He was really envious. Why didn't he have such a good disciple? If such a good thing didn't belong to him, then he could only destroy it. Since they were already enemies, he believed that if he didn't kill Ling Xiao wouldn't be grateful. He would definitely cause trouble for him in the future. Therefore, his killing intent was even stronger. He had to destroy Ling Xiao here. Crack! Finally, the Heavenly Eagle seal completely shattered. A sharp sword qi pierced through the air toward Di Ying. It was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Di Ying in an instant. Heavenly Eagle protection art. Seeing this, Di Ying pushed his vital essence to the extreme. The golden light around his body formed a huge phantom of a heavenly eagle. It was almost solid. It completely protected his body. At this moment, a few figures arrived. Among them were Lu Qingmang, Zhan Long, and Zhu Xiaohan. The three of them darted around the maze-like tunnel and finally arrived here. What a terrifying defensive martial art. This should be an advanced 7th level Emperor martial art, right? Zhan Long was shocked when he saw Di Ying's defensive martial art. He was also good at defensive martial arts and liked to cultivate. Therefore, he could see how terrifying Di Ying's defensive martial art was. He started to worry. With such a strong defense, could Ling Zhao's attack really break through it? Zhu Xiaohan was just as worried as he was. However, Ling Xiao had already used the martial soul barrier. It was impossible for them to go in and rescue him. Chapter 4044. Since Zhu Xiaohan and Zhan Long couldn't enter the martial soul barrier, they couldn't help Ling Xiao, even if they could enter the barrier. So what? With their combined strength, if Ling Xiao couldn't break through the barrier, it was impossible for them to do so. Lu Qingmang's expression became gloomier. This guy, he's only at the early 5th Divine Core realm, but he forced Mayor Ding to use such a domineering martial skill. How did he do it? This is something that even I can't do. When he thought of this, he started to feel lucky. Ling Xiao didn't choose him as his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a powerful defensive martial skill. Facing Ling Zhao's unfathomable movements and terrifying treasured sword, how was he going to dodge? Humph! Both of you will see how Ling Xiao, the spy of Fighting Soul Sacred City, will be killed today. Lu Qingmang coldly harumphed. Although he was no match for Ling Xiao, but Di Ying would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. That was why he felt so proud. A high-grade 7th Order Emperor realm martial skill. And Mayor Di Ying has cultivated it to perfection. He is invincible. Why are you so happy? Don't forget, Ling Xiao has saved you twice. Ungrateful bastard. Zhan Long gritted his teeth and scolded. No matter how many times he has saved me, it will never be enough to offset the humiliation he has brought me. Lu Qingmang had always thought he came from the Heavenly Saint realm and had a high status. He would definitely become the future Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. But Ling Zhao's sudden appearance had caused him to lose his confidence. Speaking of humiliation, he didn't care about it anymore. At this moment, he was filled with hatred towards Ling Xiao. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The sword energy collided with the illusory heavenly eagle. Countless sparks were produced. It was as if the sword energy had hit an extremely tough metal. It couldn't break through the defense. Sparks flew everywhere, and the ground was set ablaze. But even so, the sword energy couldn't even leave a scratch on the heavenly eagle. Ling Xiao kept thrusting the Eastern Victory heavenly sword. The sword energy speed was extremely fast. Like a storm, the sword energy bombarded the heavenly eagle. However, it was only able to leave behind some small traces. These marks would be completely healed after a short while. Ha 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 ha! Ling Xiao, I've heard that your physical body is strong, but after seeing this city lord's defensive martial skill today, you should understand, right? In terms of defense, this city lord is 100 times stronger than you. An attack like yours will never be able to break through this defense. You must die today. Di Ying was originally a little worried, but now he was completely at ease. As one of the city lords of war, Soul Sacred City, he was the son of the Holy Master. It was not easy for him to possess such a powerful martial skill. After all, defensive martial skills were much more valuable than offensive martial skills. In addition, his father, Di Tuotian, the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City, had personally guided him in his cultivation. This allowed him to cultivate the heavenly eagle protection art to the perfection realm. Others didn't have such an advantage. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He suddenly put away the Dong Sheng Heaven Sword. Then he punched out with both fists. Wrath of the Black Soul. This rage of the Onyx Soul could completely ignore the opponent's defense. Rumble! The violent fist force directly penetrated the Heavenly Eagle Protection Art's defense and landed on Di Ying's body. Di Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. "This is impossible." Di Ying jumped in fright. That punch had caused him to suffer serious injuries. Even the light of the Heavenly Eagle Protection Art had dimmed significantly. He hurriedly swallowed a pill. As he healed himself, he released his martial soul from behind him. Originally, he thought that releasing his martial soul to deal with Ling Xiao was a bit of a fuss. However, he had no choice but to do so. If he didn't use his martial soul, he would be finished. His martial soul was a golden eagle. However, it wasn't a beast soul. The eagle seemed to be made of some kind of metal. It should be a weapon-type martial soul. No matter what it was, after releasing his martial soul, the dimmed Heavenly Eagle Protection Art recovered. He looked at Ling Xiao with a pale and frightened face. "I didn't expect you to have such a move. However, you can't use this move continuously, right?" Di Ying wasn't stupid. From the moment Ling Xiao released his attack, he realized that although Ling Xiao's attack was powerful, it couldn't be released continuously. This way, he could be at ease. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao before the next attack arrived, it would be fine. Hiding in the Heavenly Eagle Protection Art, he released 3 consecutive Heavenly Eagle Seals. This was his limit. The 3 Heavenly Eagle Seals were each stronger than the previous one. Each seal was stronger than the previous one. They depended on each other and supported each other, no matter which Heavenly Eagle Seal Ling Xiao faced. As for the other one, it would suddenly attack and kill him. In Di Ying's opinion, Ling Xiao's defense was definitely not as good as his. Therefore, his attack would definitely be effective. However, in the next moment, he was extremely shocked. At the same time, a golden light was released from Ling Xiao's body. It was as if a golden giant ape had enveloped Ling Xiao's body. The 3 Heavenly Eagle Seals landed on the giant ape's body, although the golden light dimmed. In the end, it still couldn't break through the ape's defense. What's going on? How can you have such a powerful defensive secret skill? Di Ying was completely dumbfounded. The Heavenly Eagle Seal he unleashed was a 7th Order Emperor ranked martial skill, but it couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. This was too strange. Brother Ling is indeed powerful. Even under such circumstances, he still managed to severely injure City Lord Di. What kind of terrifying martial skill did he cultivate? He's only at the early 5th ranked Divine Core realm. Zhan Long was completely dumbfounded. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be killed in this battle, but now he suddenly realized that his worries might have been unnecessary. That's right, he's too powerful. Zhu Xiaohan recalled the battle between Ling Xiao and Yun Shangcai. It was just as thrilling, but in the end, the one who won was still Ling Xiao. Humph, don't you think you've overestimated him? Clearly, he had used a secret technique to defend himself. It's completely different from City Lord Di's. Also, don't forget that he's only at the peak 5th ranked Divine Core realm, and his true essence is far weaker than City Lord Di's. Also, City Lord Di is the son of the Saint Lord. I'm sure he has a lot of true essence replenishing pills. If the battle continues like this, the one who loses in the end will definitely be Ling Xiao. When his true essence is depleted, it'll be his doomsday. Lu Qingmong coldly harumphed. Obviously, he couldn't stand Zhan Long, and Zhu Xiaohan praising Ling Xiao so much. Hearing these words, Zhan Long suddenly came to a realization and said, "That's right. Although Brother Ling Xiao can defeat City Lord Di, his total true essence is definitely weaker than City Lord Di's. This is bad." "Don't worry," Zhu Xiaohan said with an indifferent tone. "Ling Xiao is much stronger than you think. Competing with him in true essence competing with him in terms of pills? I'm afraid Di Ying is the unluckiest one here. Stupid. How can Ling Xiao be compared with City Lord Di? In my opinion, he's going to be killed soon. Lu Qingmeng coldly harumphed. Obviously, he didn't take Zhu Xiaohan's words to heart. City Lord Di Ying has been through hundreds of battles. He's very experienced. The roads he's walked through are more than the salt Ling Xiao has eaten. Ling Xiao is just an 18-year-old kid who has just risen to power. How can he be compared with City Lord Di Ying? Ridiculous. Chapter 40-45. What Lu Qingmeng was thinking was also what Di Ying was thinking. After adjusting his breathing for a while, his injuries were gradually healed. One had to admit that the pills he had on him were quite good, as expected of the son of the war soul sacred cities, Saint Lord. If it were an ordinary city lord, he probably wouldn't receive such good treatment. Di Ying took a deep breath, feeling his gradually recovering true essence. He looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and said, "You worked so hard to injure me, but in the end, it's just a desperate struggle before death. You're only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, while I'm at the peak of the Earth Core realm. The difference between us is like heaven and earth. Even if your defense is amazing, I'm sure you don't have much true essence left. What do you have to fight me? Heaven and earth? Ha, Di Ying, you're just an idiot in the end. You still don't understand until now. Forget it. The moment before you die, I'll let you know why you lost." Ling Xiao still had a calm smile on his face. He didn't feel like he was about to lose at all. His eyes were full of confidence. Battle intent rumbled. Seeing Ling Xiao's expression, Di Ying was really unhappy. He liked to see his enemy panic and fear. However, Ling Xiao continued to put on a nonchalant expression. This made him very angry. "You're just bluffing. Fine, since you won't admit defeat. Then let this city lord completely shatter your self-confidence. At that time, I'd like to see if your disgusting smile can still exist. Kill. Unparalleled Heavenly Eagle Seal. The Unparalleled Heavenly Eagle Seal. And the Heavenly Eagle Seal were only 2 words apart. But the difference in power was like heaven and earth. The Heavenly Eagle Seal was only a mid-7th level Emperor-class martial technique. The Unparalleled Heavenly Eagle Seal was a peak 7th level Emperor-class martial technique. It was also the strongest martial technique that Di Ying cultivated. The fact that he used this martial technique meant that he was really annoyed, really angry. He would kill Ling Xiao at all costs. The moment the Unparalleled Heavenly Eagle Seal was formed, Di Ying seemed to have turned into a huge golden eagle. He stared at Ling Xiao with his sharp eyes. He regarded Ling Xiao as his prey. This attack consumed all of the true essence that Di Ying had just recovered. Furthermore, he was only left with 30% of his true essence. The reason why he didn't use this move before was because it consumed too much true essence. But now, he felt that Ling Xiao's true essence had already been exhausted. As long as he was willing, he could use this attack to completely crush Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there with an indifferent smile on his face. He even put away the heavenly sword of Dong Sheng. This made Di Ying feel even more astonished. However, there was no time for him to think about it. The attack had already been condensed, and if it was not released, then it would also consume a large amount of Jin Yuan, and there would be no effect. Therefore, an attack was necessary. He had no choice. Falling plumb clear shadow steps. Just as the attack was about to hit Ling Xiao moved. Within the martial spirit barrier, plum blossoms danced. Ling Xiao's feet moved skillfully, and he easily dodged the terrifying attack. "I knew you would dodge, but the martial spirit barrier is only so big, and you've trapped yourself inside. Do you think you can still escape?" unparalleled heavenly eagle seal. Pursue, Di Ying sneered. He believed that Ling Xiao had underestimated his attack. Not only was the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal much stronger than the heavenly eagle seal, but it also had a special characteristic. That was to pursue the enemy. Either the enemy died, or the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal was destroyed. Otherwise, it would not give up until it reached its goal. Oh no! Zhan Long panicked. Di Ying is indeed the city lord. To have such ability, we've really underestimated him. Don't panic. Ling Xiao doesn't seem nervous at all. He should be able to handle it. Xu Xiaohan was also very nervous, but she trusted Ling Xiao more, so she had no reason to believe that Ling Xiao could deal with his opponent. Humph, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Just him? Aside from her prejudice, Lu Qingmong couldn't see how Ling Xiao could deal with Di Ying's attack. Inside, the martial spirit barrier, Ling Xiao's figure flashed. The unparalleled heavenly eagle seal followed closely, and the distance between the two was clearly shrinking. About 5 to 6 minutes later, the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal had almost reached Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking sneer. Frost Divine Dragon, Frost Dragon Breath. A divine dragon appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and spat out a cold dragon breath. It actually froze the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal. Bloodthirsty plague. At the same time, a blood-red light enveloped the entire martial spirit barrier. At that moment, Di Ying realized that something was wrong. He had expended a large amount of true essence to release the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal. He only had 30% of his true essence left. This terrifying bloodthirsty plague began to destroy his body. He had no choice but to use another 20% of his true essence to suppress it. As a result, the heavenly eagle protection art was broken because it was impossible to maintain the heavenly eagle protection art with just 10% of his true essence. Di Ying hurriedly swallowed a pill, trying to replenish the true essence that he had lost. But the true essence that he replenished was all devoured by the bloodthirsty plague. Why? Why do you still have so much true essence? Di Ying couldn't understand. Lu Qingmong also couldn't understand. Not only did Ling Xiao not seem to have run out of true essence, but he also seemed to be very relaxed. I said before, you'll know the answer before you die. But I can tell you that I still have plenty of true essence, at least 60% to 70%. But you only have 10% of your true essence left. Do you think you're still my match? Ling Xiao's smile contained some coldness and ridicule. Your heavenly eagle protection art is indeed valiant, but it consumes a lot of true essence. In addition, you used the unparalleled heavenly eagle seal and consumed a lot of true essence in an attempt to kill me. You only cared about dealing with me, but you cut off your own path of retreat. If you took it slow and consumed 20% of your true essence, you would use a pill. Then you might have been able to suppress me forever. But too bad, you won't have that chance. Di Ying furrowed his brows. You're lying. You're just an early 5th level Divine Core warrior. Your true essence is 200 times less than mine. It should have been used up a long time ago. You're still bluffing. He just couldn't accept the fact that Ling Xiao had more true essence than him. Then you can think of it that way. Bring your self-righteous thoughts with you to the underworld and talk to your disciples. Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. Although his cultivation base had regressed, his total true essence didn't. His total true essence was still at the 8th level Divine Core realm. Also, his total true essence was at least 100 times more than other warriors at the same level. Not to mention, his potential energy was at least 100 times more than his total true essence. Even if his true essence was used up the heart of gold could still utilize his potential energy. Not to mention, he had many better true essence replenishing pills than Di Ying's. Each pill could help him recover more than half of his true essence. How could Di Ying compare with him? Chapter 40-46. You want to kill me? Not so easy. Golden Eagle Armor. Di Ying didn't admit what Ling Xiao said, but he did in his heart. He had no choice but to take out a set of armor from his storage ring. This was a rare quality Heavenly King artifact defensive armor. Compared to Yun Shangsai's armor, it had no other effects, but its defense was stronger. At this critical moment, Di Ying didn't dare to hide anything. He put on the golden armor. Di Ying swallowed pills with all his might. He tried to recover his true essence faster. In your dreams. Ling Xiao wouldn't give him this chance. He took out the East Victory Heaven sword and stabbed wildly. Originally, Di Ying was chasing after Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao couldn't fight back at all. But now, it was the other way around. Ling Xiao was chasing after Di Ying. Di Ying could only defend and couldn't fight back. How could this be? Although Di Ying had temporarily saved his life with the treasure, Lu Qingmong saw it. Di Ying was at his wit's end. If he had any other choice, Di Ying wouldn't use this treasure at all. Damn Ling Xiao, how can he be so strong? Lu Qingmong felt his heart tremble. From the moment he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he and Ling Xiao were like fire and water. Once he was alone, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't let him go. Of course, he didn't want Di Ying to be killed. Luckily, Di Ying still has that treasure. Ling Xiao shouldn't be able to finish the battle in a short time. Lu Qingmong looked left and right, and then slipped away. He was afraid that if he left too late, he wouldn't be able to escape. Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan were focused on the battle and didn't notice Lu Qingmong had slipped away. I didn't expect Brother Ling to be so strong. If Di Ying didn't have that treasure, he'd probably be dead now. Zhan Long sighed. Now, in Fighting Soul's sacred city, besides the Saint Master and the Disciplinary Hall Grand Elder, no one else is his match. He's a true prodigy, a true elite of the Eastern region. While he was thinking, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed again. Cracks actually appeared on the Golden Eagle armor. The crack was small at first. However, everyone understood the logic of 1,000 miles dike being destroyed by an ant's nest. As long as a small crack appeared, the entire armor could collapse because of this crack. In fact, this was indeed the case. Ling Xiao's sword was extremely fast. His attack was extremely powerful. More and more tiny cracks appeared, and they were also getting bigger and bigger. The Golden Eagle armor was about to turn into scrap metal. Just a little more. Just a little more. Di Ying screamed in his heart. The large amount of pills seemed to have counteracted the devouring effect of the bloodthirsty rat plague, allowing his true essence to begin recovering. It had already reached about 20%. As long as he recovered to 30%, he would be able to release the Heavenly Eagle Protection Art again. At that time, he could still slowly reverse the situation and kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he saw the contemptuous smile in Ling Xiao's eyes. You think that hope has arrived, but in fact, it's just greater despair. Ling Xiao still held the heavenly sword of Dong Sheng in his right hand. In his left hand, there was a demon sword as terrifying as the heavenly sword of Dong Sheng. The heavenly sword of Dong Sheng. The heavenly sword of Dong Sheng was domineering and majestic. On the other hand, the heavenly sword of Dong Sheng was sinister and filled with killing intent. Two swords in hand, Ling Xiao smiled. Violent true essence surged into the two swords. Bloodthirsty Fiend God of the Khanate Fiend God Seal. This was a single-target technique of the Khanate Fiend God Seal that was even more terrifying than the 10,000 Beasts unification. His power had already risen to the high 7th level of the Emperor level. This was what Ling Xiao had comprehended during his battle with Yun Shangcai. However, he hadn't used it yet. Now, facing Diying, he used it. He wanted to use this move to completely destroy Diying. The fiend god fusion formed two ferocious and kind faces. It was as if the Khanate fiend god sword soul had been resurrected. The sword energy that carried a domineering, majestic, fearful, and murderous aura charged toward Diying. A ray of light flashed across Diying's eyes. Crack! In the next second, the golden hawk armor was completely shattered. Diying was dismembered by the horrifying sword energy. Not even a corpse was left behind. You can't kill me. I'm the son of the Saint Lord, and I'm the city lord of Fighting Soul Saint City. If you kill me, you won't be able to live. The Saint Lord won't let you go. Diying, who only had his inner core intact, threatened Ling Xiao with a threatening tone. As long as his inner core was intact, there was still a chance for him to live. He didn't believe Ling Xiao had the guts to kill him. After all, he was the son of the Saint Lord, and he was completely different from the Saint Lord's disciple. The Saint Lord was a heavenly core warrior, and even in the Golden City, he had a high status. Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone, "You want to kill me, but you think I don't have the guts to kill you? Who was it that gave you such courage? If I was really afraid of Di Tuotian, I wouldn't have killed his disciple. Ridiculous! Azure Lotus Swordswoman, I know you're nearby. Come out and save me. If not, you won't be able to answer to the Golden City. Don't forget, the Di family is also a powerful family in the Golden City." Realizing that Ling Xiao wasn't being threatened, Diying could only place his hope on Azure Lotus Swordswoman. As long as Azure Lotus Swordswoman was willing to help, he would definitely be saved. However, there was no response. "Idiot, you still dare to threaten others at a time like this. You're already so old, but you're really getting worse and worse," Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. He was worried that Azure Lotus Swordswoman would come out and stop him. With Azure Lotus Swordswoman's strength, it was impossible for her to kill Diying. But obviously, his worry was unnecessary. Die! He grabbed Diying's inner core and crushed it. A rich energy fused into his body. "The energy in my cultivation sea has increased by 20%. His energy was increasing at a very slow rate. Being able to increase his energy by 10% after killing someone was already very fast. That was why he was so happy. Oh no, Brother Ling killed Diying. He's in big trouble now. Even if he completes the mission this time, I'm afraid he won't be able to return to the Fighting Soul Sacred City." Zhan Long didn't feel sorry for Diying. However, killing Diying was definitely troublesome for Ling Xiao. "It doesn't matter. If I kill him, so be it. Even if I let him go, he won't let me go. Rather than that, I might as well kill him." Ling Xiao smiled coldly. What he didn't say was that Di Tuotian was also someone he wanted to kill. He would offend him sooner or later. It was true that he wasn't a match for Di Tuotian now. However, if he completed the mission in the Golden City and obtained good results, Di Tuotian would have to consider the consequences before killing him. Not everyone was a lunatic like him. Sai, City Lord Di is really something. Chunyu has already given up on revenge. However, he still wants to kill you because of Chun Hao. Why bother? Zhan Long said with a sigh. "You're wrong. He doesn't want to kill me to avenge anyone. He just thinks I'm a threat. I didn't choose to become his disciple. Instead, I chose City Lord Jiang Nan. Of course, he's unhappy. People like him will prosper if they submit to him or die if they oppose him. If he can't get it, he will destroy it." How could Ling Xiao not understand people like Diying? He had seen many of them. Chapter 40-47. You're right. Even if you didn't kill Diying today, he wouldn't have let you go. Luckily, Only the three of us and Lu Qingmeng saw what happened. Where is Lu Qingmeng? Only now did Zhan Long notice that Lu Qingmeng was gone. She ran away just now. Ling Xiao sneered. Since he tried to kill me, there's no way I'll let him go. You two don't have to worry about this for me. Since I dared to kill someone, I can bear the consequences. This world was cruel, and the strong preyed on the weak. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. You want to stay out of this? Dream on. Let's go. Let's finish the mission first. Ling Xiao called out to Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan. Both of them were trustworthy men. They were also strong. Both of them were early Earth Core warriors. It wasn't a problem for them to share his burden. Now that he had killed Diying, he had to finish the mission, because only with a high score could he be recognized by the Golden City. With that, even if Di Tuotian wanted to kill him, it would be impossible. He believed that if Sword Maiden Azure Lotus wanted to protect him, she would need a good reason. If he didn't perform well, Sword Maiden Azure Lotus would have no reason to protect him. Besides, this mission was related to the beast God's blood. He wanted to cultivate the real 12 Divine Beast skill. After all, his current martial skills were outdated. Only by cultivating the 12 Divine Beast skill could he catch up. There were many forks in the road, but the Tai Chi Eye could help Ling Xiao find the right path. Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan followed closely behind. They were no longer running around like headless flies. Finally, after half an hour, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. The nest of the Great River Bandits is just ahead. It is also the place where the evil god sacrificial ceremony begins. We have to be careful. He turned around and warned Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan. Then he continued forward. 1 mile away, there were some Great River Bandits, warriors, guarding the place. There were 20 of them. They weren't strong, only 5th and 6th Divine Core warriors. 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao gave Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan a hand signal. The 3 of them attacked the 20 Great River Bandits from 3 different directions. Ling Xiao's combat power was strong to begin with, so killing a person in an instant was not a problem. Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan were both early 7th Divine Core warriors. It wouldn't be a problem for each of them to kill 5 of them. After the Great River Sacred Ritual, our strength will increase greatly. In the future, even conquering the Beifeng strong nation won't be a problem. One of them said with a smile. His face was full of excitement and pride. That's right. I heard that the Golden Heavenly Nation has sent people to deal with us. They're basically here to die. With the second master here, those people will definitely not be able to enter. The other person was also very good. News did not reject the evil god's sacrifice that was about to begin. They all knew that it was an evil god that was watered with the blood of 100,000 people. But he was still able to accept this gift with a clear conscience. It was obvious that they all deserved to die. Not to mention the North Wind Strong country, even the Golden Sky region, might be occupied by our Great River tribe. They were chatting happily. All of a sudden, 3 shadows appeared from the darkness without a sound. In just an instant, all the people who were talking shut their mouths. They didn't even have the time to scream. 20 martial artists were all killed. Ling Xiao used the same method as before to control one of the warriors who seemed to be the leader. He then extracted part of the memories from his soul. Of course, he didn't need those messy memories. He just threw them away. There wasn't much information in this part of the memories. After all, this man wasn't even a commander. He was just a small one. Based on this small one, lust, sheath, lust, 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 lust. This was the evil god's world. If anyone wanted to enter, they would have to get the key from the great master. The reason why the evil god's sacrifice was held tomorrow was because tomorrow was a good day for the evil god It was the time when he was at his strongest. Looks like we still have a chance to save those 100,000 people. 100,000 people, although Ling Xiao didn't know them. But since he could save them, it wasn't impossible to do so. Ling Xiao's principle was simple. He wouldn't lose his life for those 100,000 people he didn't know. But if he had the ability, he would still save them. After all, it was 100,000 lives. They would be the future citizens of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. The path to the evil god's statue was heavily guarded, but it was obvious that these people didn't know that their second master had been killed by Ling Xiao. So they weren't very alert. Just like those people just now, they all thought that their second master could get rid of the intruders. It wasn't like such a thing hadn't happened before. There had never been any accidents. The enemies would all die in tragedy. After sharing the information with Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan, the three of them continued forward. As for Lu Qingmeng and the others, they were still running around in the maze-like tunnel. If they were lucky, they might be able to come out. If they were unlucky, they might not be able to come out after Ling Xiao completed the mission or after Ling Xiao was killed. The Great River Bandits really thought about their own safety. Not only did they set up a large number of mechanisms outside, they also designed the tunnel like a maze. They were afraid that their own people would get lost if they weren't careful. Green Lotus Sword Maiden should be nearby monitoring me, but I can't detect her presence. That girl called Qi Yaowang's aura also disappeared. What surprised me the most was that her subordinates' auras also disappeared. Those people shouldn't have this ability, unless they have some treasure that can remove their aura. Ling Xiao thought as he continued forward. Would the girl from the heavenly demon ghost region know Xindian and Ling Jiaojiao? She didn't seem to have any hostility, but she kept following him. She definitely came to find trouble with the Great River Bandits. Since that was the case, he could make use of her. Ling Xiao knew that he wasn't the opponent of the Great River Bandits' first master. And as an angel, Green Lotus Sword, Maiden wasn't likely to help him. The person most likely to help him complete the mission was that unfamiliar Qi Yaoguang. He believed that even the maze-like tunnel wouldn't be able to stop the girl's advance. After all, the other party's strength was terrifying, and she could even use her divine sense in this formation. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Ling Xiao. The distance was only about 100 meters. The moment the voice sounded, Ling Xiao also reacted. That girl, Qi Yaoguang, appeared, but there was no one else beside her. He didn't know where she went, but thinking about it, he could put people in his Dong Sheng Emperor ring. In that case, a girl like her, who obviously had a powerful background, would definitely have a similar treasure. It wasn't strange for her to hide those people. Chapter 4048. You actually followed me. Ling Xiao frowned. "Miss, we don't have the same purpose, right?" "Well, I'm here to find something." "What about you?" Qi Yaoguang asked with a smile. "Don't you already know? The Golden City's assessment mission is to eliminate the Great River Bandits." Ling Xiao said lightly. "Well, although the goal is different, the direction is the same. Can we form a temporary alliance?" Qi Yaoguang asked with a smile. "Don't you think that I like to act cool and arrogant? Aren't you afraid of being unlucky if you follow me?" Ling Xiao asked. "You're really narrow-minded. I admit that I misjudged you. You're much more powerful than I thought. If I offended you before, I apologize. Don't bother about it. It's just a small matter." Qi Yaoguang stuck out her tongue and said cutely, "Don't act cute in front of me. It's useless." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "But forming an alliance is not a problem. I need your combat power. You need my information. We're even." "Great. I know you're not a narrow-minded person, Although Qi Yaoguang was strong, she was still a little girl. It was inevitable that there were some lively and cute parts in her personality. It made people feel that she was still a child. Don't be happy. I've already told you my goal, but you didn't tell me yours. Isn't that unfair? Since we want to cooperate, we have to be honest. Ling Xiao said. It's okay to tell you. You already know my name, Qi Yaoguang. I come from a powerful family in the Sky Demon Ghost region. My goal is actually very simple. It's to find what our family lost. Our family once reared a ferocious beast with a primordial bloodline. One day, perhaps because it felt bored, it escaped. It wreaked havoc in the North Wind Strong country. It even became the god of the Great River Bandits. In order to prevent it from continuing to wreak havoc, I decided to bring it back. So, the evil god that the Great River Bandits worshipped was actually a beast that you raised. Do you know how many lives that beast has killed in the past 100 years? Ling Xiao frowned. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. After it escaped, we've been looking for it. It was only recently that he realized he was hiding here. You don't know. This ferocious beast was the descendant of the primordial ferocious beast, the Nian beast, and possessed the bloodline of the Nian beast. He loves human life the most. Qi Yaoguang sighed. What if I want to kill it? Ling Xiao asked. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but our family's vicious beast only possesses the bloodline of an ancient vicious beast. However, it was still a ferocious beast that had refined a heavenly core. You can't kill it, Qi Yaoguang said with a smile. He was not worried at all. Your words are really infuriating, but in other words, if I have the strength, I can attack it, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. We have a lot of pets at home. It's nothing. Qi Yaoguang nodded. All right, then it's a deal. Anyway, as long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill it. After swallowing so many lives, its murderous aura must be very terrifying. Ling Xiao wanted to kill the descendant of the Nian beast, not only to seek justice for the dead souls, but also to obtain more points. Of course, the most important thing was to make himself stronger. That was a Nian beast with an ancient vicious beast's bloodline. He believed that after killing it, it would help him awaken the beast god's blood. While the two of them were talking, Zhanlong and Zhu Xiaohan were really on tenterhooks and trembling with fear. They were afraid that this young girl from the heavenly demon ghost region would kill them. This young girl was obviously a warrior from the core area of the heavenly demon ghost region. She was equivalent to a warrior from the Golden City, but they were far from it. What she didn't expect was that Ling Xiao would actually bargain with this young girl without the slightest bit of fear. Their little hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Let's go, let's go. Maybe I can help you kill a few strong people. I have a good relationship with some people from the golden heavenly nation. Qi Yaoguang tugged at Ling Xiao's arm and said excitedly. Ling Xiao nodded and took the lead to walk forward. Qi Yaoguang didn't say where his 6 subordinates went. Ling Xiao was too lazy to ask. The one hiding in the dark, is she one of your people? Qi Yaoguang suddenly asked. Yes, she is an angel sent by the Golden City to supervise us to complete the mission. Although Ling Xiao said it casually, he was extremely shocked to be able to discover the existence of the Green Lotus Swordswoman. It was enough to show that Qi Yaoguang's strength was very close to that of the Green Lotus Swordswoman. They might even be as strong or even stronger. Not to mention him, even the Green Lotus Swordswoman in the dark was shocked. She had been discovered by Ling Xiao before. Although she had restrained her aura, she was still surprised. She didn't expect to be discovered by Qi Yaoguang again. This supervising angel was really a failure. Actually, she was overthinking. The reason she was discovered was mainly because she was worried about Ling Xiao. So, she got too close. Although the rules stipulated that supervising angels couldn't interfere with the test, Qi Yaoguang's appearance was obviously an accident. She didn't want Ling Xiao to die because of this. Who would have thought that not only was Ling Xiao not killed, but he was also talking and laughing with Qi Yaoguang? She was extremely surprised. In the entire Fighting Souls Sacred City, the most outstanding person was Ling Xiao. If Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan hadn't benefited from Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have been able to reach this stage. After walking for a while, Qi Yaoguang suddenly smiled and said, "My subordinates sent news that they seem to have found our little pet. I'll take my leave first." After speaking, she glanced at the Green Lotus swordswoman's position before flying away. Ling Xiao didn't stop her. He needed Qi Yaoguang and the others to mess up this place. Only then would he have a better chance to complete the mission. "Supervising angel, can you come out and meet me?" Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and said. After a while, the Green Lotus swordswoman appeared. "Why are you so familiar with the people of the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region?" The Green Lotus swordswoman's first sentence was a question. "Senior, you must be joking. You've been watching me all this time. Don't you know the cause and effect?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "You're still in the mood to smile? You actually dared to kill Diying. Di Tuotian will tear you apart alive." The Green Lotus swordswoman said, helplessly. "Don't I still have you to protect me?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "If Di Tuotian makes a move, I can still protect you. However, if the old master of the Di family makes a move, even I can't protect you. Can't you keep a low profile?" The Green Lotus swordswoman was even more helpless. "When I sent you to Fighting Souls Sacred City, I didn't expect you to cause so much trouble. Senior, you can't blame Ling Xiao. He had no choice. City Lord Di was the one who forced him." Zhu Xiaohan mustered up her courage and said, "Sai, I don't blame him. I'm just worried for him." The Green Lotus swordswoman sighed and said, "Let's not think about this first. The most important thing now is to complete the mission." Chapter 4049. All right, you guys go and complete your mission. Remember, under normal circumstances, I won't make a move. Unless you encounter someone like Qi Yaoguang, I will only help. Goodbye. After saying this, Green Lotus swordswoman suddenly disappeared. It seems that I have underestimated her. Ling Xiao could feel that Green Lotus swordswoman's aura was much stronger than Qi Yaoguang's. He had been discovered previously, and he had probably underestimated Qi Yaoguang. A big shot was indeed a big shot. It seemed that Green Lotus swordswoman's status in the Golden City was not low. "Let's go." Ling Xiao called out to Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan and continued to walk forward. Green Lotus swordswoman had completely disappeared. However, the three of them knew that she must be nearby. It was just that the difference in strength was too great, and they could not detect her. Along the way, the three of them cooperated skillfully and kept clearing out the river bandits. This was definitely included in the score. The more they destroyed, the higher the score. "We're here." Ling Xiao gestured for the other two to slow down with him, then quietly approached the end of the tunnel. In this deep underground, there was actually a magnificent palace. It was just like a palace. There were various formations set up inside. Among them, there was a formation that could absorb the light of the sun and moon and release it. Therefore, although this place was underground, it was still brightly lit. In the end, it's just a field mouse. Ling Xiao could not help but secretly smile. A true king would not be satisfied with the underground world. The river bandits were still afraid of the North Wind Strong Country. They did not dare to face the enemy head-on. That was why they built such a huge building underground. This was basically equivalent to a city. Its scale was not inferior to a large country's capital, At this moment, almost everyone in this city was gathered in the large square in the center of the city. There was a statue standing on the square. This statue was the descendant of the Nian beast that Qi Yaoguang had mentioned. However, he was not in his beast form, but in his human beast form. He was more like a beast warrior. No, it should be a beast god warrior. This aura was too familiar. Ling Xiao could feel that this human figure was at least a beast god warrior with a high divine position. Qi Yaoguang should not have taken action yet, and was hiding nearby with his subordinates. As for the green lotus swordswoman, she couldn't sense anything, but Ling Xiao believed that she was nearby. However, he had to temporarily forget about the existence of the green lotus swordswoman because the next mission still required them to complete. If the green lotus swordswoman helped, then it would be meaningless. Ling Xiao wanted to use the power of the Great River Bandits to improve his strength. There was a ball of blood-red light near the hands of the sculpture. That should be a small world. Inside, one could even see the silhouettes of people, some of whom were in incomparable pain. Some had already fainted. Some were still running for their lives. Unfortunately, no matter how they struggled, they were unable to break free from the shackles of this small world. Sacrificing 100,000 people, how ruthless! Ling Xiao shook his head and looked in another direction. The people sitting there should be the higher-ups of the Great River Bandits. Of the 7 heads, only 4 were left. Second Master and Sixth Master had already been killed by Ling Xiao. However, the remaining few were not easy to deal with either. According to the information he received, aside from the sect chief, all of these managers were at the late 7th Divine Core realm. But in fact, that was not the case. Aside from 6th Master, Yun Shangsai, all the others were at the peak 7th Divine Core realm. As for the sect chief, Yun Feng, his strength was unfathomable. Anyway, Ling Xiao couldn't tell how strong he was. Yun Feng didn't have a handsome appearance, but his eyes sent chills down one's spine. The aura he unleashed was enough to make any warrior below the 8th Divine Core realm feel fear. Ling Xiao could even feel Zhanlong and Zhu Xiaohan trembling. 3rd Master Yun Chenglong was a beast warrior. He belonged to the lizard race from the wild beast realm. The reason he gave himself the name Yun Chenglong was probably because he wanted to transform from a lizard into a dragon. This guy's aura was even more frightening than the 2nd Master. He didn't know if it was because the 2nd Master didn't have time to display his abilities before he was killed. Beast warriors were usually born with incredible strength, and their skin was tough. They were much stronger than human warriors at the same cultivation level. 4th Master Yun Shield had a huge shield placed next to him. It was obviously not an ordinary shield. Perhaps it was some kind of magical treasure. Although Yun Shield had a short stature, he was very muscular. He had a big beard, and he was looking around vigilantly. 5th Master Yun Xiao was a girl. Her face was covered, and her face couldn't be seen clearly. However, she had a great body. If you didn't take her appearance into consideration, giving her a score of 7 wouldn't be too much. Yun Xiao was the least introduced in the information. Her name was the only one mentioned. This made Ling Xiao a little surprised. This girl didn't give him a strong feeling. She was weaker than the 4th Master and was only slightly stronger than the 6th Master, Yun Shangsai. But why was she so dangerous? Ling Xiao shook his head, trying to remember this feeling in his mind. He believed that since he felt something was wrong, there must be something wrong, and he couldn't ignore it. Apart from the remaining 4 heads of the family, there was no one else. Out of the 20 generals, only 15 were left. Previously, when Ling Xiao killed the 2nd head, he had also killed 4 of them at the same time, including Niu Air, who was killed earlier. There were 5 of them. Therefore, only 15 were left. As for the 40 commanders, only 30 of them were left. The other 10 were all killed in the previous battle. The great river bandits had suffered a great loss this time. There had never been such a huge loss in the past. Presumably, the leaders of the families hated the invaders to the core, except for the first master, Yun Feng, and the fifth master, Yun Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't care about the rest of them. They were all targets that he could kill. As for Zhan Long and Zhu Xiaohan, they could easily deal with 1 or 2 commanders each. Ling Xiao was relying on his strong body and sharp weapon. That was why he was able to obtain such a huge advantage in fighting those at a higher cultivation level than him. However, the closer he was to the 7th divine core realm, the smaller this advantage would become. It wouldn't be as obvious as it was now. Since you're here, just come out. Isn't your goal to stop this ceremony? Hiding in the dark is boring. Suddenly, Yun Feng threw a cold glance at a certain direction. Ling Xiao thought he had been discovered. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Qin Xiuji, He Ningdi, Chun Yu, and Hinajiku appear at the same time. They are here as well. They do have some skills. If that's the case, Lu Qingmeng should be hiding somewhere as well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ling Xiao looked at these few people and thought to himself, Lu Qingmeng's strength wasn't weak if she wanted to ambush Ling Xiao. It would be troublesome. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to be extra careful. And you guys, Yun Xiao suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were glowing with a purple light. Brother Ling, don't move. I think we're the ones who were discovered. Zhan Long reminded Ling Xiao. Then he walked out with Zhu Xiaohan. Chapter 40-50. Sure enough, Yun Xiao and Yun Feng didn't say anything. If Ling Xiao really wanted to hide completely, even Green Lotus Swordswoman wouldn't be able to find him, let alone them. You must be the disciples of Fighting Soul Sacred City from the Golden Heavenly Nation. You're all quite strong at such a young age. It's a pity that you're just pitiful creatures being used as guinea pigs. Do you really think you can destroy the Great River Bandits with your strength? Do you know that the Great River Bandits haven't been destroyed for so many years? That's because there's someone at the top. Yun Feng looked at them and sneered. Isn't it just that there's a spy in Beifeng's strong nation? Zhan Long snorted. Oh, not bad. You actually know this. But that person is just a tool for us to use. He's our real boss. He's at the top. Perhaps Yun Feng felt that these people were going to die, so he said something that he shouldn't have. Of course, he still didn't say the identity and name of that person. But from his words, Ling Xiao could guess that he was talking about the people of Golden City. It wasn't impossible for the higher-ups of Golden City to raise the Great River Bandits for personal gain, and the Fighting Soul Sacred City was simply sending themselves to death by assigning this task. The higher-ups didn't believe that they could complete the task at all. They didn't expect that this matter would involve Qi Yaoguang of the Heavenly Fiend Ghost Region. Or perhaps they thought of it, but weren't afraid. At this time, in an official residence in Golden City, Master, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City, have already entered. A black shadow said to the old man, who was fishing, Well, I know. Let them be. They're unlucky to have drawn this task this time. The old man said, lightly, But Master, Green Lotus Swordswoman is the supervising angel. Won't she take action? And Qi Yaoguang of the Devil Region, will she affect our plan? The black shadow said again, Don't worry. I have a way to deal with Green Lotus and Qi Yaoguang. Do you really think the Great River Bandits are so easy to destroy? I've worked hard for 100 years. How can they destroy it? The corners of the old man's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Clearly, he was quite confident in his plan. Master is wise. The black shadow was stunned for a moment. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but sigh. Ling Xiao and the others who were far away in Beifeng's strong country were naturally unaware of this matter. Ling Xiao wanted to say that Qi Yaoguang had attacked first and messed up the place. They were fishing in troubled waters. However, until now, Qi Yaoguang and the others had no intention of doing anything. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to watch Zhanlong and the others die. Perhaps in Qi Yaoguang's eyes, the lives of 100,000 people were just 100,000 ants. He probably wouldn't care at all. Brother Ling will attract the attention of those people. You go and save them. Zhanlong reminded him and rushed towards the pirate. If he did that, he would most likely die. But since he had already been discovered, there was no point in hiding anymore. They were disciples of War's Soul Sacred City. So how could they be afraid of fighting? The others also gathered together and began to fight. Where are Ling Xiao and Lu Qingmeng? Chen Yu asked. I don't know about Lu Qingmeng. As for Ling Xiao, he has another mission. Zhanlong replied. What we need to do now is to attract the attention of these guys. Kill as many as we can. Try to get a higher score. Will the leader come and help us? He Ningdi asked worriedly. I don't know. This time, Zhanlong didn't say anything. He couldn't let anyone else know that Ling Xiao had killed Diying. As long as he killed Lu Qingmeng, this secret would rot in his stomach. What brave warriors! You're really worthy of being disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. But too bad. I'm afraid all of you are going to die here today. Go, kill them all. Following Yun Feng's order, all the pirates rushed forward. Seeing this, Ling Xiao touched the Dongsheng Emperor ring and released 1,000 East Emperor elites. Although these men were only at the peak 6th tier divine core realm, they were still strong. But they could still help Zhanlong and the others out of danger. They could also make the situation even more chaotic. With this, Jiang Chun could secretly save the others. Suddenly, 1,000 peak 6th tier divine core warriors appeared on the battlefield. The great river bandits were instantly thrown into chaos. What's going on? Yun Feng stood up in shock as well. With so many people here, there was no way he couldn't sense them. Could it be? He realized that his divine sense wasn't as strong as he thought. There might even be other enemies hiding nearby. Fifth sister, activate your purple spirit magic eyes. Yun Feng said nervously. Yes, Yun Xiao activated her purple spirit magic eyes and scanned the surroundings. This time, she found Qi Yaoguang's 6 subordinates. However, Qi Yaoguang and Sword Maiden Green Lotus were still hiding. Well, they weren't noticed. You guys go as well. Qi Yaoguang had no choice but to order his 6 subordinates to fight. With the appearance of these 6 men, the great river bandits had no choice but to send out an even stronger team. 3rd Chief Yun Chenglong and 4th Chief Yun Dun led 15 generals and surrounded the 6 men. They realized how strong these 6 men were. A fierce battle had finally begun, but Yun Feng and Yun Xiao didn't join the battle. The 30 commanders also guarded the vicinity of the sculpture vigilantly. They were afraid that someone would take the opportunity to do something. Previously, Yun Feng had been relatively confident that no one could break into this place. However, he no longer had that confidence now. He was afraid that there might be hidden enemies around, so he had to be absolutely safe. Ling Xiao took advantage of the chaos and began to take action. After entering the Shadow Warrior form, he easily found his way to the vicinity of the small world. This small world should exist in the form of some kind of Dharma treasure. It looked like a ball of red light in the distance. However, it was actually a small red ball. The red light was being emitted by it. Ling Xiao scuttled to the vicinity of the red light and could sense the existence of an array around it. It was really impossible for others to get it easily. However, he was different. Master, thank you for your trouble. I will stall for time. It was definitely impossible to break the array in the shadow warrior form. However, once he was exposed, it would be a joke to concentrate on breaking the array. Fortunately, Ling Xiao still had Yuan Venerate as his trump card. Be careful! Yuan Venerate didn't say anything else and began to break the array. Ling Xiao suddenly made a move. Ah! A blood-curdling scream could be heard. A commander was killed on the spot. Ling Xiao, who was in the Shadow Warrior form, wanted to sneak attack an early 7th-level Divine Core warrior. It was too easy. The opponent didn't even have time to react before he was killed. The sudden scream attracted everyone's attention. It's him. Qi Yaoguang was a little surprised. Ling Xiao really surprised her time and time again. This kid is really something. He actually managed to sneak into that place. Amazing! When Zhanlong and the others saw Ling Xiao, they were also excited. Ling Xiao had long become the backbone of these people. Chapter 4051. Who's there? When the Great River Bandits saw Ling Xiao suddenly appear, they were shocked. Their great leader, Yun Feng, and 5th leader, Yun Qiao, didn't even notice his existence. How could they not be surprised? Kid, you're also from the Fighting Soul Sacred City? Yun Feng frowned. Ling Zhao's sudden appearance was too unexpected. Moreover, he had easily killed a commander. This kid didn't seem to have a strong cultivation base. His skills were extraordinary. The rest of the commanders surrounded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was standing below the red ball. Once he destroyed the red ball, the Great River Sacred Ritual would be interrupted. It would be a huge loss for the Great River Bandits. Nonsense! If I'm not from the Fighting Soul Sacred City, why would I come to your lousy place? Ling Zhao's main task now was to stall for time and wait for the Yuan Venerables to break the formation. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to attack again. His opponents were afraid of him and didn't dare to act rashly. He believed that he could stall for a few more minutes. Good kid, you've got guts. Capture him alive and perform the blood sacrifice together. Don't delay our business. Yun Feng said coldly. Yes. Hearing Yun Feng's words, 2 of the Boulder commanders walked towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation base was only at the early 5th-tier Divine Core realm. This made the Great River Bandits look down on him. They all thought that the commander who was killed was just unlucky, and was killed because of a sneak attack. Ling Xiao wasn't that strong. They were already taking Ling Xiao seriously by sending out 2 commanders to deal with him. The rest of the commanders didn't stay idle either. They unleashed their powerful auras to pressure Ling Xiao. On the other hand, they blocked off Ling Xiao's escape route. They didn't give him any chance. Should we go and help? Chen Xiuji asked Zhanlong, don't be distracted. Focus on your opponent. He won't die so easily. Zhanlong sneered in his mind. Ling Xiao had even killed Diying. Even the commander of the Great River Bandits might not be able to kill him. He was just a commander, a mere commander. Unfortunately, the Great River Bandits didn't know this. When they saw Ling Xiao standing there motionless, they all thought that Ling Xiao was scared stiff. Immediately, his heart relaxed a lot. They all felt that they were making a fuss over nothing. It was just a fly that had flown in. Just slap it to death. Ling Xiao stood there without taking out his weapon. There was no need to use it to deal with these commanders. He didn't even use his beast soul transformation. He wanted to show weakness. Only by showing weakness could the enemy relax and make it easier to kill the enemy. Brat, since you're here, don't leave. Use your blood as a sacrifice to our great river god. The 2 commanders suddenly sped up. 2 hands grabbed at Ling Xiao from 2 different directions. None of them used weapons. Obviously, they wanted to capture him alive. The sacrifice to the great river god had to be alive. If it was dead, the great river god would not like it. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao smiled. He executed the falling plum clear shadow step and released the Yin-Yang cosmic light tiger. He unleashed the cosmic light body. In an instant, he arrived in front of the two commanders. In terms of the strength of his body and speed, Ling Xiao had reached the peak of the seventh divine core realm. His total true origin energy had reached the eighth divine core realm. The only thing he lacked was the quality of his true origin energy. This required his cultivation to improve. But even if the quality of his true origin energy was slightly weaker, with the advantage of his body, speed, and his powerful martial soul, he was still able to gain the upper hand. The two commanders didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly attack. What they saw was a blood-red lightning bolt flashing in front of them. After a moment, both of them felt something piercing through their dantian. Their entire bodies were burned by the terrifying lightning. Their bodies were numb, and they couldn't do anything. In the next moment, Ling Xiao pointed his finger again and pierced through both of their throats. The two corpses fell to the ground with a loud thud. The great river bandits didn't even have time to react. Even the commanders had cold smiles on their faces. These cold smiles were because they thought Ling Xiao was going to die. Because everything happened so quickly, they didn't even have time to change their expressions. When they finally realized what had happened, they finally realized that what happened just now wasn't an illusion. Their two accomplices, two early 7th Divine Corps commanders of the Great River Bandits, they were instantly killed. Ling Xiao stood there with the same calm smile on his face. It was as if he hadn't done anything at all. But right now, the way these people looked at Ling Xiao was completely different from before. If the commander he killed just now was a sneak attack, then what happened just now was a face-to-face battle. Two early 7th Divine Corps warriors weren't a match for Ling Xiao, and they were instantly killed by Ling Xiao. Even if they underestimated him, this shouldn't have happened. This was unbelievable. Who would have thought that a young man who was only at the early 5th Divine Core realm would possess such a frightening strength? Initially, everyone thought Ling Xiao was going to die. But in fact, it was their commanders who were going to die. All the commanders who surrounded Ling Xiao had terrified expressions on their faces. If they were the ones who attacked just now, the dead bodies lying on the ground would be theirs as well. This guy, the chief Yinfeng, furrowed his brows. He thought the 6 men from the Heavenly Demon and Ghost Hunter were the hardest to deal with. But now, it looked like Ling Xiao wasn't easy to deal with either. He threw his cold gaze at Ling Xiao. It made Ling Xiao feel uncomfortable. He felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious monster. Today is the end of the Great River Bandits. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Yunfeng. The powerful enemy had aroused his ferocious nature. Yunfeng was startled. This guy wasn't afraid of his pressure. "What's your name?" "A man like you can't be a nobody," Yunfeng asked. "I'll never change my name. I am Ling Xiao from the Fighting Soul Sacred City," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Ling Xiao, no wonder. You're the one who killed the Saint Lord's disciple Zhang Ruofeng in the Fighting Soul Sacred City, right? Anyway, you already have a grudge against the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Why don't you join us? I can recognize you as my brother." Yunfeng didn't care what Ling Xiao's previous identity was. As long as he could poach Ling Xiao, his Great River Sacred Sacrifice could proceed smoothly. After the Great River Sacred Sacrifice, it wouldn't be too late to deal with this guy. "I killed your 6th brother," Ling Xiao said lightly. "I also killed your 2nd brother. Now, do you still want to recognize me as your brother?" What? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Great River Bandits were in an uproar. Even the great river bandits who were attacking Zhanlong and the others stopped in shock. You must be joking. With your strength, how could you kill your sixth brother and second brother? Yun Feng didn't believe it. It's your business whether you believe it or not. But Ling Xiao, won't associate with animals like you. 100,000 lives. You want to use them as sacrifices. Ling Xiao said coldly, that's just 100,000 ants, 100,000 good-for-nothings. Yun Feng said disdainfully, maybe, but I just can't stand it. Ling Xiao said loudly, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Attack together and kill him for me. Yun Feng shouted sternly. Chapter 4052. Yun Feng did want to recruit Ling Xiao to work for him. After losing their second brother and sixth brother, the great river bandits had suffered a great loss. If Ling Xiao could join them, it would be a great boost to the overall strength of the great river bandits. But since Ling Xiao didn't want to accept their kindness, Yun Feng couldn't be blamed for being cruel. Hearing Yun Feng's order, all 27 captains circulated their true yuan and charged towards Ling Xiao. If 2 of them weren't enough, then they would fight with 27 of them. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao was invincible. Don't tell me this guy is going to fight all 27 of us at once. That's a bit difficult. Even Hu Lai and Wen Ruo wouldn't dare do that. Qi Yaoguang said in surprise. But no matter if he believed it or not, Ling Xiao had already attacked. With a flash, he dashed into the crowd like a blood-red lightning. 27 early Earth Corps captains fighting Ling Xiao alone. Even if Ling Xiao was killed, his name would be spread far and wide. Yun Feng was circulating his true yuan as well. He didn't like to underestimate his enemies. If he had the chance, he would kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. He was an early 8th Divine Corps warrior, a Heavenly Corps warrior. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? But in order to kill Ling Xiao in one strike, he didn't attack immediately. This was how cautious he was. While Yun Feng was hesitating, Ling Xiao arrived in front of one of the captains. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. There was no movement. But right at this moment, Ling Xiao had transformed into the Yin-Yang Cosmic Tiger Beast Soul form. This was because he was pursuing extreme speed. There were too many enemies, and none of them were weak. Only by relying on extreme speed and a powerful body could he end the battle as soon as possible. At the same time, it wouldn't be easy for Yun Feng to lock onto him. Die! With just one punch, Ling Xiao had pierced through the captain's dantian and sent him flying into the crowd. A few people were sent flying away. Another commander has been killed. Is this Ling Xiao a devil? Why is he so scary? The warriors of great river bandits began to panic. The commander belonged to the upper echelons of the great river bandits, but he was so weak in front of Ling Xiao. It was really too surprising. This brat's speed is too fast. I'm afraid that Wen Ruo and Hu Lai won't be able to catch up to him. Qi Yaoguang was once again shocked by Ling Xiao. Qi Yaoguang had always thought that no one in the outside world was more talented than her. She had broken through to the Heavenly Corps realm when she was only 16 years old, and that was already an incredible feat, however. Although Ling Xiao was older than her, his cultivation was also inferior to hers. However, it made her feel extremely pressured. She believed that in the same cultivation environment, Ling Xiao would definitely be stronger than her. Great River Divine Fist. When Ling Xiao killed one of them, his speed slowed down slightly. At this moment, the other commander sensed an opportunity. He released the fist intent that he had been brewing. It seemed that Ling Xiao had no chance to dodge. He could only rely on his physical body to take the blow. In fact, Ling Xiao did not dodge. At that moment, he condensed his true essence at a certain part of his body. And this part was the part that the opponent attacked. The Tai Chi, I was so powerful. Not only could it analyze the weaknesses of the opponent's moves, but it could also predict the opponent's target. Boom! Crack! With a loud bang, the commander's arm was broken. Ling Xiao pointed out with his finger. The sword energy from his fingertip pierced through the commander's inner core and took his life. What is this guy's body made of? How can it be so abnormal? Everyone was stunned. Originally, he thought that even if Ling Xiao didn't die after taking that blow, he would at least be severely injured. But what puzzled them was that not only was Ling Xiao not seriously injured, he didn't even have a light injury. He didn't even lose a hair. The battle had just begun, and Ling Xiao was completely fine. On the contrary, 5 commanders had already died. There were still 25 left. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, like a ferocious beast that devoured life. He shifted his position again and attacked another person. All the commanders were scared out of their wits. Their fighting spirit had dropped drastically. Their morale was low. Before this, Ling Xiao could only kill one person with a single punch. But this time, he killed 3 with just 2 punches. These 3 didn't even have the courage to fight back. There are still 22 left. Ling Xiao shook off the blood on his hands. A crazy killing intent emerged in his eyes. He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for the Great River Bandits. For these guys, death was the only way out. How dare you? Finally, Yun Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He took the initiative to attack. An early heavenly core warrior was going to kill Ling Xiao. This was because he couldn't just watch as his commander was killed by Ling Xiao. This is great. Our great chief is going to attack. That guy is going to die, for sure. The Great River Bandits, who were low in morale, finally became excited again. Even in the capital of the Northern Wind Kingdom, their first boss would still be considered a top expert. Ling Xiao was just a disciple of the Fighting Soul Saint City. He wasn't even worth mentioning. Ling Xiao, be careful! Shanlong shouted out loudly. In the dark, sword Lady Azure Lotus was ready to attack. She didn't care if she broke the rules. As long as Ling Xiao was in danger, she wouldn't just stand by and watch. But just as she was about to attack, she saw a sneer on Ling Xiao's face. This kid, does he still have a trump card? She held herself back from attacking, because she trusted him. I've been waiting for you. Ling Xiao knew that Yun Feng wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would attack. That's why he had been waiting. He had fed the blood divine dragon with 10 million upper rank soul stones. Although he didn't kill a few hundred white water wolves with this attack, he had still forced them back. Therefore, it was definitely worth using. Blood Thunder God. With a furious roar, a purple lightning bull appeared behind Ling Xiao. In an instant, the purple lightning bull turned into a blood-red divine dragon. It dashed towards Yun Feng. Yun Feng was shocked. He could feel how terrifying this force was. Dodge it! But too bad. No one dodged, because none of his men understood what he meant. Just as he was about to shout again, the blood divine dragon had collided with Yun Feng's attack. Boom! A violent force exploded on the spot. The floor was lifted up. Ling Xiao and Yun Feng were both sent flying away. Of course, they weren't the ones who suffered the most. The ones who suffered the most were the captains who were closest to Ling Xiao. The force of the collision was too terrifying. It was even scarier than Ling Xiao's blood thunder god. Everywhere it passed, except for the statue, everything was destroyed. The remaining 22 commanders were all reduced to ashes in an instant. They couldn't be any more dead. Shocked. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that Yun Feng wouldn't be able to save those 22 captains? Instead, he had killed them. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and numbness. The force of Ling Xiao's attack was something that even a heavenly core warrior would be forced back. although they might not be injured, but they would definitely be forced back. Yun Feng had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. That was why he was injured. Both of his hands were trembling, and blood was coming out from his mouth. He wanted to hold it in, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in, and blood was still flowing out from his mouth. Chapter 40:53. If he had just killed 22 commanders with a single strike, maybe it wouldn't have caused such a shocking scene. The key point was that Ling Xiao had killed these 22 people while repelling the head of the Great River Bandits, and he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. This was simply inconceivable. While Yun Feng was still in shock, Ling Xiao stood up from the ground. His injuries were similar to Yun Feng's. Both of them were just light injuries, but Yun Feng's strength was indeed formidable. Because of this strike, Ling Xiao's energy ocean had increased by 10%. It had reached 30%. He was able to make such progress even though it was extremely difficult to increase his strength. He had to admit that he was really strong. Although Yun Feng's cultivation was stronger than his, the strength of his body wasn't as strong as his. After all, not every warrior would cultivate their body. It would be a waste of time. Of course, Ling Xiao knew this very well. That attack had cost him a total of 10 million upper spiritual stones. It wasn't a small amount. Even for Yun Feng, it was painful. This was enough to show how frightening an 8th-level Divine Core warrior was. Not only could a Heavenly Core warrior use the Earth's energy, he could also use the energy of the heavens. He could also control the natural energy. It was an existence that had reached a completely different level. If Ling Xiao didn't have the Blood Thunder God, and if he didn't have 2 divine pills in his body, he wouldn't have been able to kill Yun Feng. He wouldn't have been able to hurt Yun Feng. The gap is too big. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Unless he broke through to the 7th level of the Divine Core realm, he wouldn't be able to face an 8th-level Divine Core warrior. He really couldn't. Big brother, are you all right? Yun Xiao looked at Yun Feng and asked in surprise. No one had expected this to happen. Ling Xiao had really given everyone a shock. I'm fine, I'm just scared. Yun Feng shook his head. He wasn't seriously injured, but his confidence had been severely damaged. A Heavenly Core warrior couldn't kill a Golden Core warrior with a single strike, and he was even injured by a single strike. How embarrassing. Big brother, don't worry. In my opinion, this brat's attack just now wasn't his full strength. He must have used some kind of special treasure. Moreover, there was bound to be a long cool down after the attack. With his own strength, he could kill 6th brother, but he definitely couldn't kill 2nd brother. He must have used the same trick. Big brother, you should have a good rest. Leave this brat to little sister. Yun Xiao was incomparably calm at this moment. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Ling Xiao's forehead. Damn, this woman had basically guessed it right. He seemed to be playing the role of an advisor. Master, is it done? Ling Xiao was ready to slip away. Whether it was Yun Feng or Yun Xiao, they both made him feel extremely threatened. He would definitely not go head-to-head with Yun Xiao. There were no benefits. This woman's aura was too strange. He was even more terrifying than Yun Feng. All right, I'll leave it to you, little sister. Kill him. Don't leave him alive. Yun Feng said coldly. Yes. Yun Xiao nodded and walked gracefully towards Ling Xiao. Master, say something. Ling Xiao said anxiously. Soon. I don't know who set up this array formation. It's quite complicated. Hold on for 3 minutes. The Yuan Venerate said. 3 minutes? All right. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Yun Xiao felt very dangerous. However, he was Ling Xiao. There was no problem holding on for 3 minutes. Little brother, your performance has really surprised this big sister. But you've already displayed your trump card so quickly. What are you going to do next? Yun Xiao was really terrifying. This woman gave off the feeling that she was a rather terrifying existence. Furthermore, the closer she got to Ling Xiao, the greater the pressure. Ling Xiao suddenly turned to Zhanlong and the others and said, "You guys run." He was going to slip away later. If these people stayed behind, they would become a burden. This was a very troublesome matter. "What about you?" Xu Xiaohan shouted. "As long as you guys don't implicate me, I can slip away. This bunch of bastards can't do anything to me." Ling Xiao replied, "Let's go." Zhanlong glanced at Ling Xiao. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know what was important. If their presence caused Ling Xiao to be unable to escape, it would be a huge sin. "Stop those people." Yun Feng naturally couldn't let Zhanlong and the others escape. However, there were 1,000 Dong Huang elites protecting them fearlessly. Zhanlong and the others still managed to escape. Yun Feng didn't give chase. Firstly, he was injured. Secondly, he knew very well that the Golden Heavenly Nation's ranking test had supervising angels and team leaders. If he chased after those people, he would probably be attacked. The rules stated that the team leaders and supervising angels couldn't interfere. However, he couldn't afford to gamble. The most important thing, now, was the Great River sacred ritual. There was nothing else. As long as Ling Xiao didn't affect the Great River sacred ritual, he could even let Ling Xiao go. He would settle the score later. Zhanlong and the others left. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at Yun Xiao. "This lady is so beautiful. Why do you have to be a bandit? Why don't you marry into a good family and live a good life?" "Naughty child." Yun Xiao smiled. "I'll give you a chance now. Leave this place and don't affect our Great River sacred ritual. I can let you live." This woman's thoughts were also on the Great River sacred ritual. Whether or not she killed Ling Xiao was actually a small matter. She didn't care at all. "I'm afraid I'll have to let you down." Ling Xiao smiled. "Today, I'm here to destroy your Great River sacred ritual. Do you think I'll leave if I don't succeed? Don't think you're smart. Let's not talk about whether or not you can defeat me. Even if you can, so what? If you want to destroy the Great River sacred ritual, you have to destroy this statue. You saw it just now. You couldn't do it with such a powerful attack. Do you think you still have that ability?" Yun Xiao mocked. "You don't have to worry about that. You'll find out later." Since he was just stalling for time, Ling Xiao didn't mind chatting with Yun Xiao. "You're stalling for time?" Yun Xiao's expression suddenly changed. Although she didn't see anything wrong with what Ling Xiao was doing, it was obvious that he was stalling for time. "Good boy. Although I don't know what you're planning, you have to die now. If I let you succeed, I'll lose all my face." While speaking, Yun Xiao's aura suddenly became stronger. Her aura was 10 times stronger than Yun Shangcai's. Although she hadn't broken through to the heavenly core realm, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was the strongest in the Earth core realm. Ling Xiao believed that even if all 20 Great River bandits joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from this woman. He didn't dare underestimate his enemy. He quickly transformed into the infinite heavenly rat soul. At the same time, he quietly unleashed the power of the sky tyrant martial soul, the power of the heavenly dragon, the power of the divine phoenix, the power of the white tiger, and a part of the power of the black tortoise. Chapter 4054. Sensing that Ling Xiao's aura was constantly growing stronger, Yun Xiao's brows furrowed even tighter. Although the aura this time was not as strong as when he attacked the leader, Yun Feng, but it was still very shocking. "I didn't expect you to still have hidden strength." Yun Xiao was quite surprised. At this moment, she couldn't hesitate at all. Ling Xiao had to be killed. Otherwise, if this kid lived, it would be a disaster for the Great River Bandits. There's something else that will surprise you. Ling Xiao thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here, I would have already released the tyrant martial spirit and destroyed you. No matter what you are, I will blast you to pieces. Hee, is that so? Yun Xiao activated her true essence and condensed her martial skill, while ridiculing, even if you hide something, it's meaningless. No matter who you are, since you've met me, Yun Xiao, then don't expect to live. You won't have that chance. Is that so? Ling Xiao sneered, holding the East Victory heavenly sword in one hand. Holding the East Victory demonic sword in one hand, domineering and demonic auras mixed together. The demon god sword soul released two kinds of bright black and white light. The sharp sword chi made everyone feel that kind of sharpness. What? Yun Xiao, this kid's sword is strange. You must get it. Yun Feng said loudly while adjusting his breathing and healing his injuries. Don't worry, big brother, I will. Without Yun Feng's reminder, Yun Xiao also noticed it. The aura released by the two swords in Ling Xiao's hands even made her feel fear. She couldn't help but tremble. Her aura seemed to be suppressed by something, making her feel very uncomfortable. Ah! Yun Xiao suddenly yelled. She used her voice to ease her discomfort. In the next moment, she had already charged out. She went straight for Ling Xiao's throat. She didn't use any weapon, but the feeling she gave off was still very dangerous. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Both swords stabbed out at the same time. One black and one white sword chi pierced through the air. Boom! A terrifying collision sound rang out. Both of them retreated a few steps back. Because they were both using ordinary attacks, the scene wasn't as shocking as before. However, everyone was still a little surprised. Ling Xiao actually blocked Yun Xiao's attack so calmly. This brat's strength was really not for show. Woman, I know you have some kind of secret. If you don't use it, today you will definitely die. Ling Xiao knew this from the first exchange of blows. Yun Xiao's terror came from the things she was hiding, not the strength she showed on the surface. I don't need it to deal with you. Although Yun Xiao was surprised, how did Ling Xiao know that she was hiding some kind of secret? But at this moment, she didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. All right, I'll let you try. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. Holding two swords, he turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning and attacked. The moment he approached Yun Xiao, he had released the bloodthirsty plague. What the hell is this? Because the bloodthirsty rat plague had come too suddenly, Yun Xiao was completely unprepared. The true essence in his body was instantly infected by the bacteria. Not only was the operation not smooth, even his qi and blood were leaking out crazily. Not good, she shouted in her mind. Then she quickly unleashed her true essence to control the infection. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao's attack had arrived. She had no time to defend herself. If this sword came, she would definitely be killed. Nianbi's possession. At this moment, Yun Xiao had no other choice. A ball of black smoke suddenly came out from her stomach. It covered her entire body. Not only did it destroy all the bloodthirsty plague, it even knocked Ling Xiao away with his sword. Within the rolling black smoke, Yun Xiao's appearance had changed. Her body now had the characteristics of a Nian beast. Her strength had also reached the late heavenly core realm. She was much stronger than Yun Feng, but this wasn't the transformation of a beast soul. It was more like a Nian beast had taken over her body and had merged with her soul. Kid, Yun Xiao's voice had become very strange. When she spoke, it sounded like a man and a woman were speaking at the same time. One thick, one thin. I didn't expect you to have this kind of trick. But now, what else can you do? Ling Xiao stood up from the ground. He didn't pay any attention to Yun Xiao, because at this moment, the 3 minutes were almost up. He just needed to take the red ball and leave. He couldn't kill Yun Xiao and Yun Feng. At least, it was impossible with his current strength. It's done, disciple. Yuan Venerate's voice finally came. Ling Xiao smiled. He stomped on the ground and arrived in front of the red ball like a bolt of lightning. Then he grabbed it. Don't worry, I will save you and leave. This voice directly entered the small world inside the red ball. 100,000 people cried bitterly. They were deeply grateful. One after another, they knelt down before Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't have the time to accept their gratitude. He put the red ball into the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. He was ready to leave. But before he left, he had to make a big scene. These things seemed long, but in reality, they happened in an instant. No one had expected that he would be able to take away the red ball even though he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Big River Star. Yun Feng was shocked. Big River Star was the red ball. There were complicated arrays set up on it, and ordinary array masters couldn't break them. This was because the people who had set up the arrays were ancient sages. Later, they were protected by the Sky Fiend Ghost territory powerhouses and were very powerful. At that time, the powerhouse had said, as long as it is in the 4 great regions, there is absolutely no one who can break these arrays and arrays. That powerhouse had a special status and terrifying strength. Yun Feng absolutely believed his words. But what exactly was going on with this scene before his eyes? Why was it completely different from what he had imagined? Fifth sister, stop him quickly. Don't let him escape. Yun Feng turned pale, with fright. Yun Xiao was the closest to Ling Xiao, and she was also the strongest. If she couldn't stop Ling Xiao, how could the others? Big River Divine Fist. Power of the Year Beast. Yun Xiao had already attacked without him saying anything. The Big River martial soul roared and condensed into a fist that covered the sky. That fist contained the terrifying power of the Year Beast. The Year Beast kept roaring, and many people couldn't withstand this terrifying power and fainted. But Yun Xiao couldn't care less. Big River Star was hers. Only Big River Star could sacrifice so many people to increase the strength of the Year Beast. The stronger the Year Beast, the stronger she would be. On the surface, Yun Feng was the leader of the Big River Bandits. But in reality, she was in control of everything. The Black Fist energy blocked all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. She didn't give Ling Xiao any chance. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I was running wildly, trying to capture a chance to escape. If it didn't work, he would have to use his trump card. Got it. Ling Xiao looked at the remaining Big River Bandits. There were so many people. If they gathered their strength, they could definitely block Yun Xiao's attack. As for whether they lived or died, it was none of his business. Chapter 4055. Plague Bone Dissolving Formation. Myriad Beast Blood Refining Formation. Ling Xiao unleashed 2 refining formation stones in a row. The formation released by the formation refining stone enveloped all of the pirates. A massive amount of energy flowed into Ling Xiao's swords through the formation. But this wasn't the end. Bloodthirsty Plague. In order to speed up the gathering of energy, Ling Xiao unleashed a large-scale bloodthirsty plague. The unlucky ones were the Great River Bandits. Hulai, when Ruo, come back quickly. Qi Yaoguang noticed something was wrong, so he quickly shouted out. This bloodthirsty plague was too strange. Even a peak 7th Divine Core warrior couldn't defend against it. Qi Yaoguang didn't want anything to happen to his men. Her men quickly retreated. Those generals and the other leaders were in for a bad time. Yun's shield circulated his energy and used the shield in his hand to defend against the formation. But the bloodthirsty plague was everywhere. There was no way to defend against it. Yun Chenglong had revealed his true form, but he was still invaded by the bloodthirsty plague. Luckily, both of them were peak 7th Divine Core warriors. As long as they circulated their energy, they could still defend against it. But those ordinary pirates weren't so lucky. They couldn't defend against it. A massive amount of energy leaked out. Ling Zhao's move was also completed in an instant. Innate seal of gods and devils, bloodthirsty jungle. It was a large-scale attack, and it was unleashed by the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demon Sword at the same time. Its power was greatly increased. It was a terrifying attack, unleashed by gathering all the energy of the pirates. It actually managed to defend against Yun Xiao's attack. This caused Yun Xiao's expression to change dramatically. Right now, she would rather merge with the Nian beast and kill Ling Xiao. He had originally thought that this matter was in the bag, but it was actually ruined by Ling Xiao. Not only did the bloodthirsty jungle block Yun Xiao's attack, it also wreaked havoc in the square. Terrifying explosions sounded out one after another. A large number of pirates were killed. Ling Zhao's energy in his cultivation ocean was rapidly increasing as well. The entire Great River City had fallen into a doomsday situation. It was like a catastrophe was happening. This guy, he really knows how to cause trouble. Qi Yaoguang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao was much more capable than she had imagined. It actually gave Yun Feng and Yun Xiao, who were both heavenly core warriors, a headache. Miss, don't just laugh. What should we do next? Hu Lai asked. Our goal is the Nian beast and the Great River Star. Let's get Ling Xiao under control first. Remember, don't hurt him if you can. Once you offend someone like him, you have to kill him. I don't have the confidence to kill this guy, so don't offend him. He probably has no use for the Great River Star, so he should be able to exchange it for something. Qi Yaoguang thought for a moment and said, compared to those arrogant people, Qi Yaoguang thought differently. She believed in luck. Some people with great luck couldn't kill him, even if they racked their brains to do so. Ling Xiao was such a person. Therefore, they could not easily become enemies. He might not be able to make it, although his attack is very powerful. That Yun Xiao is even more terrifying. When Ruo said with a frown, she didn't like the fact that her young miss valued Ling Xiao so much it didn't feel good. While they were talking, the situation suddenly changed. The furious Yun Xiao finally tore apart the attack from the bloodthirsty jungle. She continued her attack towards Ling Xiao. No wonder she was a late Heavenly Core warrior. She was too domineering. Brat, you have to die today. Yun Xiao was so angry that she almost died. No matter if it was in terms of combat or intelligence, she had lost to Ling Xiao. This was an absolute humiliation. You want to kill me? You think you can do it? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and said, why don't we play hide and seek? In an instant, Ling Xiao had flown into the sky. He turned into a lightning bolt and disappeared in front of everyone. Everything was going according to his plan. Now, it was up to Qi Yaoguang. Qi Yaoguang's strength shouldn't be any weaker than Yun Feng and Yun Xiao. As long as she was willing to help, then he would be able to complete his mission perfectly. He would be able to kill all the Great River bandits. If she couldn't, then he would have to save her and leave. After all, some things couldn't be forced. He didn't want to use the bloody devil, rats, anymore. It took him a lot of effort to recover his cultivation to his current level. If he fell back to his current level, he would cry. Go after him, Yun Feng ordered. Even if we have to chase him to the ends of the earth, we have to find him. Without the Great River planet, without the 100,000 offerings, the Great River heavenly ritual couldn't continue. Yun Feng was so angry that his face turned purple while giving the order. He also chased after Qi Yaoguang. Right now, he couldn't care less about anything else. He didn't care if there were any supervising angels nearby. Killing Ling Xiao and taking back the Great River Planet was his top priority. As for the offerings, he could always get more in the future. Yun Xiao also chased after Qi Yaoguang. Yun Shield, Yun Chenglong, and the surviving generals and pirates all chased after Qi Yaoguang as well. Ling Xiao had become the target of everyone. But Ling Xiao wasn't nervous at all. Aside from Yun Feng and Yun Xiao, he didn't care about anyone else. The Tai Chi I accurately captured everyone's position. Perhaps everyone thought that he would run away like crazy, but they were all wrong. Ling Xiao suddenly turned back. He avoided Yun Feng and Yun Xiao and began to hunt down the fish that escaped the net. At this time, there were only about 1,000 bandits left. Ling Xiao specifically picked soft persimmons to kill. After half an hour of hunting, these 1,000 bandits became the energy of his cultivation sea. At this time, the energy of his cultivation sea finally increased to 40%. If there is no one else, then where is the Great River Bandits? Ostrich? Forgive. The commanders were all killed by me as well. All the generals were killed. Only the great leader Yun Feng, the third leader Yun Chenglong, the fourth leader Yun Shield, and the fifth leader Yun Xiao were left. Some of the generals were killed by Qi Yaoguang's subordinates, and some died in the bloodthirsty forest. There were also some that were killed by Ling Xiao when he was hunting Yun Feng, and the others only cared about chasing Ling Xiao. But they didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so daring. While escaping, he didn't forget to turn back and hunt. Qi Yaoguang's men had basically lost Ling Xiao. Only Qi Yaoguang could still keep up with Ling Xiao's speed. This Qi Yaoguang must have some special ability. Otherwise, Ling Xiao could even get rid of Yun Xiao. But he couldn't get rid of Qi Yaoguang. It didn't make sense. But the more he followed Ling Xiao, the more surprised Qi Yaoguang was. Sometimes, he even had the idea of killing Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao was really too outstanding. Once such a person grew up, how could the heavenly fiend ghost be a match for the golden heavens in the future? However, this thought only lasted for a moment before disappearing, because he knew that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. He wouldn't be killed so easily. If he couldn't be killed, there would be endless trouble in the future. At a certain moment, Ling Xiao appeared in front of Yun Shield. You, why are you here? Didn't you escape? Chapter 4056. Escape? The mission hasn't been completed yet. Why should I escape? Ling Xiao smiled. With both swords in hand, he launched an attack. You can't kill me. Yun Shield roared and placed his huge shield in front of him. Ling Xiao's swords hit the huge shield but couldn't penetrate it. The attack and defense were in a stalemate. However, bloodthirsty celestial demon seal. This was Ling Xiao's most powerful attack. He had used this move to kill Diying. Now, Ling Xiao had integrated part of the power of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. The power of this move had become even more terrifying. Cracks appeared on the huge shield. Yun Shield's expression changed. He turned and fled. He had been injured by the bloodthirsty plague and the bloodthirsty jungle. He wasn't as strong as he was at his peak. Plus, his life-saving shield had been shattered. He didn't dare to fight with Ling Xiao. However, once he fled like this, he completely lost the chance to fight Ling Xiao. A blood-red sword light pierced through his back and ended his life. This cloud shield could be considered a strong person. Unfortunately, he lacked ruthlessness. Next, Yun Chenglong. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I saw through countless walls and saw Yun Chenglong, who was looking for him. He sped up and chased after him. At the same time, Yun Feng and Yun Xiao sensed Yun Shield's death at the same time. Oh no, we've been tricked. Let's go back. The two of them turned around and rushed back. They didn't intend to hide their aura at all. Ling Xiao had just found Yun Chenglong and hadn't had time to fight. Suddenly, he saw Yun Xiao coming over. Qi Yaoguang frowned at the crazy aura. Damn, we've been discovered. Let's run. It was a pity that he couldn't kill Yun Chenglong. However, Ling Xiao knew in his heart this was definitely not a good time to fight. Once he was entangled by Yun Xiao, it wouldn't be so easy to escape. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to escape, he saw someone. She was wearing a long green dress. There was a hint of sadness on her handsome face. Her slender figure revealed the graceful bearing of a woman. It was like a beautiful sort of beauty. She had a beautiful appearance, but at the same time, she exuded a terrifying killing intent. It was Green Lotus Sword Woman. Ling Xiao was very familiar with this woman because he had seen her more than once. As early as when they were in the Western Kingdom, the two had fought. Of course, at that time, Green Lotus Swordswoman was just playing around. Not long ago, they met again in the lair of the Great River Bandits. To think that they would meet again so soon. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled at Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao have a thought. Perhaps the supervising angel was about to take action. It was entirely up to the supervising angel to decide whether or not to attack. They represented the Golden City. Generally speaking, supervising angels would not take action, nor would they dare to take action easily. After all, no one wanted to get into trouble, unless there was a special reason. Green Lotus Swordswoman, on the other hand, fit the criteria of a special reason. She didn't blame Ling Xiao for killing their leader, Diying. She only smiled. This proved that Green Lotus Swordswoman had special feelings for him. Did she like him? Of course not. The age gap between the two was too big. Green Lotus Swordswoman had never shown that kind of feeling. There was only one possibility. Green Lotus Swordswoman was related to one of his friends or relatives. That was why she helped him. Come here. Green Lotus Swordswoman waved her hand, indicating Ling Xiao to stand behind her. If Ling Xiao was only facing Yun Chenglong, Green Lotus Swordswoman would not bother to take action. But facing Yun Xiao, Green Lotus Swordswoman had to take action. No matter how intelligent Ling Xiao was, it was impossible for him to be Yun Xiao's opponent. The gap between the two was too big. A moment later, Yun Xiao had caught up. Seeing Green Lotus Swordswoman suddenly appear, her face turned ugly. Her intuition told her that this woman was very scary. Just as she was about to speak, Yun Chenglong suddenly arrived. This idiot was not as smart as Yun Xiao. Seeing Green Lotus Swordswoman, he sneered, "You must be the supervising angel of the Golden City. You'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." There was a reason why Yun Chenglong would say that. Normally, the supervising angels sent by the Golden City would at most be at the peak 7th Divine Core realm. Just like Yun Chenglong, he never expected Green Lotus Swordswoman to be so terrifyingly strong. "What if I say no?" Green Lotus Swordswoman said with a smile. "Then you can die now." Yun Chenglong was a reckless man. He transformed into a huge lizard and dashed toward Green Lotus Swordswoman. Ling Xiao had tormented the Great River Bandits' nest. Yun Chenglong was filled with hatred. No, Yun Xiao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Green Lotus Swordswoman's right hand trembled slightly. A sword beam came from the sky. It pierced into Yun Chenglong's throat. A green sword beam flashed across the sky. Yun Chenglong covered his throat with his hands, his eyes wide open in fear. This was because he realized that this sword beam contained an aura that made him feel despair. Even if his inner core was intact, there was no way he could come back to life. The sword beam had destroyed his soul. The reason why a divine core warrior could come back to life with his inner core was because he could hide his soul within his inner core before he died. This was the only way. But Green Lotus Swordswoman's sword beam was too frightening. Before Yun Chenglong's soul could reach his inner core, it was destroyed. His body fell heavily onto the ground. Yun Chenglong died with his eyes wide open. He never expected Green Lotus Swordswoman to be so strong. He also never thought he would die in such a stupid way. He was a perfect Earth Core warrior. Why was he so weak in front of a Heavenly Core warrior? Yun Xiao furrowed her brows. From the moment Green Lotus Swordswoman attacked, she knew Green Lotus Swordswoman was stronger than her. As the supervising angel, how dare you interfere with the test? Aren't you afraid that he will be eliminated? Yun Xiao didn't run away. Instead, she stared at Green Lotus Swordswoman coldly. If she ran away now, she would only expose her back to others, and that would be extremely disadvantageous for her. Eliminated? From the moment I selected him, he was a disciple of the Golden City. Going to the Fighting Soul Sacred City was just a formality. I never expected you Great River Bandits to be so naive. Green Lotus Swordswoman let out a disdainful laugh and said, "Don't tell me his performance in this mission was already amazing. Even if he didn't do anything, I can still give him the highest score. Do you believe me?" Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps this was the reality of this world. Sometimes, instead of working hard, it was better to make friends with a powerful warrior, or to find someone who had connections. But he didn't regret his hard work. Perhaps a backer could help you for a while, but it couldn't help you forever. In the Golden Heavenly region, Green Lotus Swordswoman could help him a lot. But once he left the Golden Heavenly region, he would have to rely on himself. Get lost. Go back to your Heavenly Devil Ghost region. I know you're not from the Great River Bandits. You're just using these idiots to raise Nien beasts. If you leave now, you can still save your life. Or else die. Chapter 40:57. Goodbye. Yun Xiao glanced at Ling Xiao, who was behind Green Lotus Swordswoman. She gritted her teeth and left. If she didn't want to die, she had to leave. Qi Yaoguang, who was hiding in the distance, saw this scene and his face turned pale. Luckily, I didn't make a move. This Green Lotus Swordswoman is more terrifying than I thought. Qi Yaoguang once wanted to kill Ling Xiao, although it was only for a moment. He almost made a move, because Ling Xiao's performance was too outstanding. Qi Yaoguang didn't want to have such a terrifying enemy in the future. But after seeing Green Lotus Swordswoman's strength, she didn't dare to make a move. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to escape death. Just at this moment, her subordinate sent a distress signal saying that they had encountered Yun Feng. She turned and left. She would discuss the purchase of the Great River Star with Ling Xiao later. Green Lotus Swordswoman watched Qi Yaoguang leave. Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Follow me." Okay. Ling Xiao didn't have any resistance to Green Lotus Swordswoman. If Green Lotus Swordswoman wanted to harm him, she wouldn't have to use such a troublesome method. She would just kill him. It was very simple. Green Lotus Swordswoman brought Ling Xiao to a hidden place and released a talisman. This place seemed to have turned into another world. This talisman contains a small world. Ling Xiao knew that talismans were mysterious, but he didn't expect that a small world could be contained in a talisman. Although this small world wasn't big, it was just like the space of a storage ring. But the circulation system of this small world was complete. Unlike a storage space, sometimes it could only store dead things. This place was very beautiful. The lake was sparkling. On the lake, there were lotus leaves and Tion. At the end of the wooden bridge, there were a few small houses. They were all very clean. Green Lotus Swordswoman brought Ling Xiao to the outside of the small house. She took out a cushion for Ling Xiao to sit on. She also sat on one. Then she smiled and said, "When I met you in King Chong of the Western Paradise, I was amazed by your talent. I was just amazed by your talent. I never thought that you would have some kind of special connection with me. If I'm not wrong, you'll be 18 years and 9 months old this year, right?" "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded, thinking that he had guessed correctly. If he only had talent, the Green Lotus Swordswoman would not have treated him so well. It was as if he was treating his own family. There must be another layer of relationship here. He didn't ask. Instead, he quietly waited for Green Lotus Sword Maiden to speak. "Senior Hong Chi, you must know him, right?" Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled. "You know Grandpa. How could Ling Xiao not know him? If Hong Chi hadn't adopted him, he wouldn't have survived." His feelings for Hong Chi were even deeper than his parents, whom he had never met. However, it was a pity that there was no news of Hong Chi after they met at the White Tiger Continent. A whole 18 years. Although he didn't say it out loud, his heart was filled with nostalgia for his grandfather. "You do know him. It seems that I didn't get it wrong." Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled gently. "To tell you the truth, 16 years ago, Ancestor Chi Hua, Zhao Fengyun, and I became senior Hong Chi's disciples. He was like a second parent to the three of us. He didn't just teach us martial arts. He also allowed us to grow from small pawns to where we are today. More importantly, he allowed us to take revenge with our own hands. You killed 3 of our common enemies. He has given us a new lease of life, and we will never forget it." "Grandpa became your master? That's impossible. I know Grandpa's abilities. How could he be your master?" Ling Xiao was in disbelief. Master said that he had abandoned all his abilities for some reason. He even almost lost his life. "It was your parents who saved him and gave you to him to raise. Later on, it was because of your indomitable spirit that he regained his confidence. Finally, he walked step by step towards the continent where he had once been glorious." Green Lotus Swordswoman explained. "Did Grandpa leave again?" Ling Xiao sighed. "He left 6 years ago. When he left, he was most concerned about you, so he asked us to help look for you. It wasn't until today that we really found you." Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled and said, "Do you know how excited I was? I fulfilled Master's wish before he left. I was extremely excited." "It's good that Grandpa is fine." Ling Xiao was much more mature than before. If it was in the past, he might have frantically searched for Hong Chi's whereabouts. But now, he knew that everyone had their own path to walk. His parents were like that. Hong Chi was like that. He was the same. In the end, they would be separated. He believed in this. But the premise was that he had to cultivate desperately. "Seeing you so calm, I'm relieved." Green Lotus Swordswoman was really afraid that Ling Xiao would cry and ask for Grandpa. Where could she find him? But now she was relieved. Ling Xiao was obviously much stronger than she had imagined. What was Grandpa's strength when he left? Ling Xiao asked curiously. In fact, when he was in the Divine Phoenix Continent, he had a rough idea of Hong Chi's experience. It was just that he was not so clear. Hong Chi was once a top powerhouse. To be honest, I don't know how strong he was. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled bitterly and said, "We were like candlelight and the sun in front of him. I'm even sure that Master's strength was stronger than most people in the City of Gold, including the Golden Emperor Ling Xiao asked. I'm not too sure about that, because even I have never seen the Golden Emperor, let alone know his strength. Powerhouses of that level basically won't show their true faces to others. Most of the time, they are in seclusion. It's harder than ascending to heaven to see them. But I have seen powerhouses second only to the Golden Emperor. What I'm sure of is that compared to your grandpa, they are just insects on the ground. They are not on the same level at all. I even suspect that if your grandpa were to make a move, the 4 major domains would be destroyed by him. Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled. The stronger Hongqi was, the safer he would be. There was no need for him to worry. What he needed to do now was to make himself stronger. Then, he would be qualified enough to follow the path of Hongqi and his parents. And his sister, Ji Lingyue, whom he had never met. But his sister should be in the Black Tortoise Continent. If she must be in the 4 domains and 9 realms. The Liquor Demon, Sword, also said the same. Perhaps even the Liquor Demon, Sword, thought that he had forgotten about his sister. But in fact, he had always remembered it in his heart. It was just that because he was not strong enough, he could not figure out the specific situation of his sister. And he could not save her. Everything had to be done in secret, but he had enough reason to believe, as long as he passed the 4 major domains. Chapter 4058. Aside from his sister, Shun Dian, Ling Jiaojiao, Yu Fanghua, and a few of his good brothers and sisters were all waiting for him. If Ling Xiao didn't become stronger, how could he meet them? Those few people were all geniuses with outstanding talents. If he was weaker than them, it would be a great shame. Thank you for telling me all this, Senior. I'm actually very satisfied to be able to hear grandfather's news. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus said, Actually, the 3 of us wanted to follow our master and leave the Black Tortoise Continent. Unfortunately, he was too weak, not to mention going to the next continent. Even if we were to go to the Black Tortoise Continent, we weren't considered the top existences. What our master wanted was for the 3 of us to follow you. He believed that with you around, our overall strength would soar by leaps and bounds. This old man really knows how to cause trouble for others. Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile, I'm only an early 5th rank Divine Core warrior. How could I help the 3 of you? Is that even possible? I believe what our master said. Besides, I've investigated your situation. Your talent is the most frightening one we've ever seen. In just a few years, you've reached your current level. I believe that it won't be long before you surpass us. At that time, we'll be basking in your glory. Therefore, right now, the 3 of us have promised to protect you with everything we have. If you need anything in the future, just tell us. We'll go through fire and water for you. After saying that, Sword Maiden Azure, Lotus actually bowed. Don't mention it. Ling Xiao quickly held onto Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and said, Senior, you're trying to make me feel better. No matter what my grandfather said, all 3 of you are my benefactors. That will never change. If I have the ability, I'll definitely help the 3 of you break through. Even if you're not my disciples, it's still the same. Since you're my disciples, I'll do the same. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao was feeling really happy. With Sword Maiden Azure Lotus, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyan helping him. Even when he arrived at the Golden City, no one would dare to do anything to him. As for Di Tuotian, that was even more impossible. Of course, he wouldn't leave the revenge to the 3 of them. He had promised to personally avenge Jian Chun and Chu Ling. He wouldn't break his promise. Moreover, Di Tuotian indeed deserved to die. Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Green Lotus Swordswoman's respect. He was the celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire. As an emperor, he still needed to be domineering. His current strength was indeed inferior to Green Lotus Swordswoman, but he would catch up very soon. The gap between the two of them was not as wide as one would imagine. Of course, he wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of others' respect to order them around. His grandfather was his grandfather. He was him. There was a relationship between the two, but they could not be completely confused. He wanted Green Lotus Swordswoman, forefather Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun to truly respect him. It was not because of his grandfather, Senior Green Lotus. From today onwards, let's pretend that we're not related to my grandfather. You guys go about your business. If I really need help, I'll ask for it. Green Lotus Swordswoman and the other two hiding in the dark were much more helpful to him than out in the open, because once they were out in the open, they would be easily targeted. No matter what he did, he would be restrained. That's good too. Then you don't have to call me Senior in the future. It's too distant. Just call me Big Sister Green Lotus. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled. All right, Big Sister Green Lotus. The Green Lotus Swordswoman was much older than Ling Xiao, and she was also stronger than him, so he called her Big Sister. There was nothing wrong with it. I didn't expect to have a good younger brother, although it might be a little disrespectful to Master. But I can feel that your potential is even more terrifying than Master's. In the future, you will definitely become a stronger existence than Master. Green Lotus Swordswoman said from the bottom of her heart, that's a matter for the future. Right now, I'm just a weakling. Ling Xiao would not be complacent just because of a few words of praise from Green Lotus Swordswoman. He knew his situation best. He would not be proud, nor would he be discouraged. Step by step, he walked forward steadily. Good boy, we really didn't misjudge you. In fact, even without your grandfather, I'm willing to keep you safe with your talent. Green Lotus Swordswoman was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's performance. A flower in a greenhouse will not be able to withstand torture. That's why I'm thinking Big Sister Green Lotus, just like today. If you don't have to fight, try not to, unless it's something that concerns my life. Let me deal with it myself. Since he had a backer, he had to use it, but he couldn't abuse it. After all, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and the other two were not the strongest warriors in the Golden Heavenly region. If he abused them, he would only be digging his own grave. But with these three backers, no matter what he did in the future, he would be confident. At least, he wouldn't be so afraid of warriors below the Heavenly Core realm. After that, the two chatted for a long time. Ling Xiao gave a brief account of what had happened to him, but he still hid many things. For example, the martial soul of Tyrant and the heart of gold. These were all things that could cost him his life. He hadn't spent much time with Green Lotus Swordswoman. Who could be sure that Green Lotus Swordswoman wouldn't fall out with him because of these things? Of course, it would be better if he was the one who measured the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. He didn't like to doubt others, but this was the most basic rule in the world. Green Lotus Swordswoman also briefly told him about her situation. What surprised Ling Xiao was that Green Lotus Swordswoman was still single. She did have a boyfriend once, but because of different ideologies, they broke up in the end. Since then, Green Lotus Swordswoman no longer had the heart to make friends with men. She closed her heart. Ling Xiao sighed, but he couldn't help Green Lotus Swordswoman with this kind of thing. In this aspect, he was still a beginner. Oh, right, Big Sister Green Lotus. What is your cultivation realm? Ling Xiao had always been concerned about this, and he was very curious about it. Well, you'll know in the future. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled and said, what you should be more concerned about now is your own cultivation realm. From what I heard just now, it's because you used a forbidden skill that caused your cultivation realm to drop. Your soul was injured because of that, and it hasn't recovered yet, right? That's fine. I can help you with the injury to your soul. In my early years, I cultivated a secret skill that specializes in healing soul injuries. It's for myself. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. As for your cultivation realm, I think I can help you restore it to the 6th level of the divine core realm. Are you willing to do it? Forget it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, external help will cause my foundation to be unstable, and it's not good for me when I enter the reincarnation cycle. I believe in my own cultivation ability, and I'll be able to restore it to its original state very soon. Good, you have a backbone and you're smart. Many warriors who aren't confident in themselves often wish to use pills or other people's help to increase their cultivation realm. They are eager to break through. When they reach the divine physique realm, they will feel that it's troublesome. They wish they could destroy their cultivation realm and start all over again. Chapter 4059. Ling Xiao, what are you going to do next? Azure Lotus Swordswoman looked at Ling Xiao and said that Yun Xiao should have left. I can't feel her aura anymore. But if she dares to appear again, I will kill her for you. After all, with your current cultivation, it's too difficult to deal with her. As for Yin Feng, I think you can try first. If it doesn't work, I will help you. No hurry. I want to find 3 drops of Beast God's blood first, and start practicing the 12 Divine Beast technique. Ling Xiao's goal is very clear. The 3 drops of Beast God's blood are the most important factor in this assessment. For the 3 drops of Beast God's blood, he can even delay his trip to Golden City. Okay, then like before, I will secretly help you. You work hard. If you encounter trouble that you can't solve, I will show up. Azure Lotus Swordswoman nodded and gently clapped her hands to release Ling Xiao. By the way, Sister Azure Lotus, are Zhanlong and the others safe? Before leaving, Ling Xiao asked, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Don't worry, Zhanlong and the others have already left in order not to be your burden. They are waiting outside. Azure Lotus Swordswoman smiled. That's good. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was relieved. Then, according to the map he got from Hinajiku, he began to look for the 3 drops of Beast God's blood. Because of the map, it didn't take long for him to feel a clear energy fluctuation. Even the Beast God's blood in his body was excited, as if it was responding. This was a very large cave, and there were traces of man-made construction. And it's very hidden. It doesn't seem to be built by the Great River Bandits because it has a long history and the architectural style is wrong. In the large cave, a stone slab is floating. The stone slab is floating in the air in an irregular trajectory. On the stone slab, there is a white ball of light. Inside the ball of light, there is a drop of blood. That drop of blood has the aura of the beast god. It can't be wrong. It's the beast god's blood. Ling Xiao is a little excited. He's saved people before. Now it's time to do something for himself. Once he starts practicing the 12 Divine Beast technique, Ling Xiao believes that his cultivation will increase. His strength would increase exponentially. At that time, it would not be impossible to find a way to kill Yun Feng. To make the impossible possible, wasn't that what Ling Xiao wanted to do? He took a few steps forward and was about to soar into the air when his face suddenly changed and his figure flickered. He returned to his original position. Whoosh, whoosh. At the position where he had just arrived, there was actually a formation diagram. Streaks of sharp sword chi shot out from within. If Ling Xiao hadn't reacted quickly enough, those sword chi would have been enough to tear his body apart. He could sense that the strength of these sword energies was no weaker than an attack from an 8th level Divine Core warrior. It was too terrifying. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to rush over. Instead, he activated his Taiji eye and observed carefully. Just now, because he was too anxious, he actually neglected this point. Now that he took a closer look, the ground was densely packed with all kinds of traps. It was obvious that the person who hid the beast god's blood didn't want others to easily obtain it. Beast god's blood. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from outside the cave. Two people had actually appeared. They were both Qi Yaoguang's subordinates. One of them was Hu Lai. Ling Xiao knew his name. The other one was a stranger. Ling Xiao didn't know his name. After these two men appeared, before Hu Lai could do anything, the other man had already dashed toward the beast god's blood. Ling Xiao didn't have time to stop him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous sword chi shot out from different angles, turning the warrior into a beehive. The shattered corpse fell to the ground and was burned by the terrifying flames. In the end, not a single piece of it was left. This man is a perfect Earth Core warrior, but he couldn't stop me. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Luckily, he didn't act rashly just now, or else he would have ended up like that. Bastard, why didn't you stop him? When Hu Lai saw his comrade being killed, he immediately became furious and vented all his anger on Ling Xiao. Idiot! Ling Xiao looked at Hu Lai with disdain and said, "Did I let him go? Besides, didn't you come here for the Great River Star? You want to fight with me, for the beast god's blood." He was afraid of Qi Yaoguang, but he didn't put Hu Lai in his eyes. Presumptuous! Hu Lai roared and was about to attack. Ling Xiao said coldly, "If you don't want both of us to die here, then it's best not to attack. The traps here are much more complicated than you think." Hu Lai was stunned, but he didn't care. He still punched at Ling Xiao. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Since others wanted to attack him, then don't blame him for being impolite. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he was already out of the cave. At the same time, he released the Slaughterhouse of God and Devil Seal. When this move was used, all the traps in the cave were triggered. Countless densely packed sword chi pierced towards Hu Lai. Hu Lai was so frightened that he rushed out frantically. However, Ling Xiao blocked the entrance and blasted him back with a punch. "Damn it! How dare you attack the people of the Sky Demon Ghost region? Our young miss won't let you off." Hu Lai roared. However, his body was gradually being torn apart. Even if he was stronger than the other person, he still couldn't resist that terrifying array formation attack. That wasn't an ordinary trap. "Afraid of you? Do you think I am?" Ling Xiao sneered and watched as Hu Lai's body was completely destroyed. Then he stopped attacking and walked back into the cave. "Disciple, release the aura of your beast god's blood." The Yuan Venerate suddenly reminded him. Understood. Ling Xiao understood what the Yuan Venerate meant. The trap here was obviously to select a suitable person to obtain the beast god's blood. What was a suitable person? Of course, it was a martialist who had already obtained the beast god's soul and awakened the beast god's blood. Ling Xiao happened to be such a person. He conjured his quintessential origin energy and entered the unbounded heavenly rat soul transformation. The aura of the beast god's blood filled the entire cave. Then he tried to take the first step, ready to retreat at any time. However, nothing happened. Just as the Yuan Venerate and he had speculated, the trap here wouldn't release the person with the beast god's blood. As such, Ling Xiao successfully obtained the drop of beast god's blood. It was no wonder that the great river bandits hadn't taken it away after such a long time. Obviously, the great river bandits simply couldn't do anything about it. Next location. After obtaining the first drop of beast god's blood, Ling Xiao moved on to the second target. He had to be thankful that he had obtained the map from Daisy. Otherwise, even if he had the Tai Chi eye, he would definitely be exhausted to death in this place that was as dense as spider webs. After about 20 minutes, Ling Xiao arrived at the next location indicated on the map. This wasn't a cave. It was actually a room. The room was shrouded in a fog array, unless someone accidentally barged in. Chapter 4060. This time, there wasn't a stone slab in the room, but a huge stone pillar. On top of the stone pillar, there was also a glowing ball. Inside the glowing ball was a drop of beast god's blood. However, there were two men in the room. They were men Ling Xiao knew, two of Qi Yaoguang's men. Qi Yaoguang only had 6 men. Ling Xiao had killed 2 of them, so there were only 4 left. As for the 2 men in front of him, he didn't know their names. When he discovered these 2 men, they discovered him at the same time. Brat, we're the ones who found the beast god's blood. Get lost. Apart from Qi Yaoguang, it seemed like all the men from the heavenly demon ghost region were very rude. Damn it! Not only did these 2 men speak rudely, they also unleashed their terrifying killing intent at the same time. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao at the slightest disagreement. Get lost. If it wasn't for the young miss telling us not to kill you, we would have killed you long ago. Seeing Ling Xiao didn't move, the other man shouted. Ling Xiao obviously wouldn't leave. He continued walking forward and easily walked past a few traps. He arrived in front of the 2 men. The traps here weren't formations, they were just ordinary traps. Therefore, they were easy to deal with. You should listen to your young miss. Don't provoke me. While I'm still in a good mood, get lost, or else I'll make you bleed. There was nothing to discuss. The beast god's blood, he had to get it. Even if he had to offend the heavenly demon ghost region, Ling Xiao wouldn't hesitate. The 2 men looked at each other and sneered. One of them said, "Looks like you're just SOSO, just for the beast god's blood. You're willing to gamble with your life. The young miss has overestimated you." The other man said, "We're all reputable men in the heavenly demon ghost region. How dare you provoke us like this? Looks like you don't want to live anymore. Do whatever you want if you want to fight. I don't want to waste my time with you." Ling Xiao had already taken out the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demon Sword. One-on-one, it would be difficult for him to fight a peak 7th Divine Core warrior. The same thing happened during his fight with Diying. The battle with Cloud Shield was a special case. Cloud Shield was already injured, which was why it was so easy to deal with him. Moreover, it wasn't a one-on-one battle, but a one-on-2 battle. Ling Xiao naturally did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He held 2 swords with both hands. Tyrannical and demonic coexisted, coupled with the transformation of the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul. Right now, he was very strong. Die. The 2 of them attacked at the same time, not giving Ling Xiao any chance at all. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. One of them was holding a long saber. That long saber was emitting a terrifying stench of blood. The saber chi was released, transforming into a blood-red crescent that slashed towards Ling Xiao. The other person did not have a weapon. His hand turned into a claw and grabbed at the air, like an eagle. At the same time, an eagle martial soul was released from his back. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Xiao brandished the East Victorious Heaven Sword and East Victorious Demonic Sword in his hands and clashed with the 2 of them at the same time. True essence collided with each other, and the traps on the ground were all triggered. Some were even directly destroyed. The 3 of them didn't seem to care about this. Seeing that he had failed to kill Ling Xiao with 1 blow, he was shocked. The expressions of the 2 of them became even gloomier. They boasted that they were strong, but they couldn't easily kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, they had to join forces. This was indeed a little embarrassing. "I must kill you." The person holding the saber was furious. The long saber in his hand slashed out 9 times in a row. bloody battle of the 9 regions. The furious saber-chi tore through the air, emitting a ghostly wail and wolf howl. The 9 saber-chi completely shattered the hidden weapons that were pouncing towards them. They crazily charged towards Ling Xiao like an inescapable net, wanting to completely cut Ling Xiao into pieces. The other person was also serious. Amidst the furious roar, countless claws grabbed at the sky. The saber-chi and the claw force did not cancel each other out. It was enough to show the ingenuity of the two of them. Ling Xiao's expression still did not change. As he retreated, he waved the 2 swords in his hands to block the attacks of the two of them. However, the Tai Chi was staring at the two of them, looking for the flaws in their attacks. Only by finding the flaws could he win in one move. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to defeat these 2 people at the same time. These 2 people clearly had a lot of blood on their hands. Each of them was more brutal than the other. Each of them was colder than the other. No wonder they came from the heavenly demon ghost region. They had probably killed at least tens of thousands of people. If it were any other early 5th-level Divine Core warriors, they would have been scared witless. They would have peed in their pants by now. They wouldn't even be able to fight back, and would be scared to death. But Ling Xiao was still Ling Xiao. Facing such a murderous aura, he still remained calm. He didn't show any signs of fear. Right at this moment, the room was filled with murderous aura. Murderous aura filled the air. It was as if countless ferocious ghosts were roaring at the same time. It also looked like a battlefield where millions of people were killing each other. It actually gave people the illusion of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Divine saber of the blood sea. Suddenly, the man holding the saber let out a furious roar. He finally unleashed his final killing attack. Holding the saber with both hands, he forcefully slashed down. The ground started to collapse. The horrifying bloody aura kept pressing down on Ling Xiao. It even condensed into a huge bloody saber. "I'm coming too." The other man wanted to cooperate with his partner. He immediately transformed into his beast soul. He was just an ordinary beast soul warrior, not a beast god warrior. But this didn't stop him from being terrifying after transforming. A black aura was unleashed from his body. A pair of huge claws that looked like the claws of a peerless demon viciously grabbed towards Ling Xiao. It was filled with an ancient evil and murderous aura. "Humph!" Ling Xiao coldly harumphed. Then he struck out with both swords. He immediately unleashed the innate fiend god seal, bloodthirst of the heavenly demons. This was the only way he could fight against these 2 men. Violent attacks wreaked havoc in the room. Almost all of the traps were destroyed. In the next moment, Qi Yaoguang's 2 men suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. When they turned around, they realized that Ling Xiao had slipped away. Ling Xiao didn't plan to continue this meaningless fight because he had obtained the 2nd drop of Beast God's blood. Just as he blocked the attacks from the 2 men, a snake head behind Ling Xiao quickly bit the ball of light and pulled it into his Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Then he left. It wasn't easy to kill those 2 men. He didn't want to torture himself half to death and miss out on the real good stuff in the end. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, the beast god's blood disappeared. Qi Yaoguang's 2 men were so angry that they almost vomited blood. "Blood knife, I can't take this lying down. If I see him again, I'll kill him." "Eagle Claw, you're not the only one who can't take this lying down. I can't take it either. But Miss might be right. This guy is too cunning. We joined forces and only focused on fighting. We didn't expect him to target the beast god's blood. Damn it." The 2 men chased after him, but Ling Xiao was long gone. If Ling Xiao wanted to escape, how could they catch up with him? "Let's find him together. Although I don't want to admit it, that guy is really scary. Neither of us is a match for him alone. If we're alone, I'm afraid we'll be killed by him. Chapter 4061. You're right. Eagle Claw nodded. He absolutely agreed with Blood Knife's words. Ling Zhao's strength was beyond their expectations. One-on-one, neither of them was Ling Zhao's opponent. Only by working together could they possibly defeat Ling Zhao. Then, the two of them chased after Ling Zhao's tracks. Ling Zhao shook off Blood Knife and Eagle Claw. He still had lingering fears. That Hu Lai from before was actually stronger than these two. But because of his carelessness, he was destroyed by the traps. This caused him to underestimate these people. After the battle just now, he understood that Qi Yaowang's subordinates were really not simple. He absolutely could not underestimate them. Otherwise, he would definitely be the unlucky one. Not far ahead, there was the energy fluctuation released by the third drop of blood. To ordinary people, this fluctuation was very light. But to Ling Zhao, a beast god martial artist, this fluctuation was very intense. He felt it very clearly. His speed suddenly increased as he rushed in that direction. He kept holding the sheepskin map in his hand. At this point, the map could be considered to be retired. What happened next was his own business. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Ling Zhao arrived near an underground river. He directly jumped down. Under the river, there was actually an independent space completely covered by a barrier. It was incomparably huge. If it was anyone else, it would be hard to imagine that the third drop of blood would be here. In this space, there were no traps, but there was a fish, a very ferocious-looking fish. The fish's appearance was very similar to a shark, but it had beautiful scales like dragon scales. Ling Zhao could sense that the third drop of blood was in the dragon scale shark's body. Damn it, they really know how to arrange it. Ling Zhao laughed bitterly in his heart. Although there were no more traps, there was a ferocious dragon scale shark. If he couldn't defeat it, it was almost impossible to get the third drop of blood. This dragon scale shark had the strength of a complete earth core realm. And generally speaking, monsters of the same cultivation level were much stronger than human martial artists. But for the third drop of blood, Ling Zhao really had to fight with this dragon scale shark. Let's do it. Taking a deep breath, Ling Zhao instantly entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. Then he released his sky tyrant martial spirit. Anyway, there were no outsiders here. Under the power of the sky tyrant martial spirit, he could easily kill the dragon-scaled shark. Behind him, an illusory universe appeared. A terrifying pressure from ancient times enveloped the entire underwater world. The dragon-scale shark seemed to have sensed danger. With bloodshot eyes, he roared and pounced on Ling Zhao. It was as if it wanted to swallow Ling Zhao to relieve the fear in its heart. I'm sorry, big guy. Who asked you to swallow the beast god's blood? Sky tyrant, bloodthirst god, and devil. As the tyrant martial spirit's energy was completely poured in. In an instant, a god stepped out from the universe. It was as huge as a star. Facing the incoming dragon-scaled shark, he slapped it with his palm. Upon seeing this, the dragon-scale shark immediately turned tail and fled. But how could he possibly escape the fiend god's unparalleled ferocious might? Whoosh! However, right at this moment, a powerful fist energy came from the darkness. Such terrifying strength. It was obviously something only a heavenly core warrior could possess. Before the force was removed, Ling Zhao could already feel the threat of death. His muscles and bones were deformed by the terrifying force, and they were all caved in. Facing such an attack, Ling Zhao didn't panic. After all, the dragon-scaled shark wouldn't be able to escape. If that was the case, he would just have to deal with this powerful warrior first. The fiend god turned around and blocked in front of Ling Xiao with his palm. But even so, the opponent's fist energy still destroyed the fiend god in an instant and landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was knocked onto the dragon-scaled shark's body. Both of them were sent flying away. Pooh! Ling Xiao coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then he quickly swallowed a healing pill. This punch was too terrifying. If he hadn't used the Sky Tyrant Divine Demon to block it, perhaps his soul would have been shattered by this punch. Poor dragon-scaled shark. Its body was smashed into a meat patty. A bloody mouth appeared in the air and swallowed the dragon-scaled shark whole. The third drop of blood was now in his hands. Yunfeng, I didn't expect you to come all the way here. Ling Xiao stared at the man in front of him coldly. He was the Great River Bandits' great chief, Yunfeng. No wonder the punch, just now, was so terrifying. If he hadn't unleashed the Sky Tyrant martial soul, this punch would have forced him to use Life Rewind or Rising from the Ashes. Yunfeng's face was cold and murderous. He said coldly, "Kid, hand over the Great River Star and the Beast God's blood. I'll give you a quick death, or else you'll have to suffer the most terrifying pain in this world." Why? Because you're the great chief of the river bandits? Or because you're stronger than me? Ling Xiao said with a disdainful smile. Ling Xiao, won't give up the things I've obtained so easily. Don't think too much about it. Yun Feng's face darkened. From the moment Ling Xiao appeared, he didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. But the blood-colored thunder god later made him suffer a loss. After that, Ling Xiao escaped his pursuit with a terrifying speed. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was just relying on some small tricks. He didn't have the strength to fight with him. What he thought was right. But if Ling Xiao didn't want to die, he really couldn't do anything. I can spare your life. You just need to give me 2 things. Yunfeng took a step back. That punch just now couldn't kill Ling Xiao. To be honest, it was difficult for him to confirm that he could kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he only wanted the things and didn't want to kill. But at the same time, he had already urged his true origin, preparing to explode with a thunderous attack. Because he knew that Ling Xiao would definitely not agree. Although they had only met once, he already knew Ling Xiao's character very well. Ling Xiao didn't speak, looking for an escape route. It was too unwise to fight face-to-face with Yunfeng now. His idea was very simple. First, he would find a safe place to practice the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Then, he would try to find a way to kill Yunfeng. After all, Yunfeng was the leader of the Great River Bandits. If he didn't kill him, the mission sent by the Golden City wouldn't be considered completed. Want to escape? You don't have that chance. Great River Divine Fist. The same martial skill, when executed by different people, would have completely different power. Yunfeng's punch was like 2 roaring water dragons pouncing on Ling Xiao. It blocked Ling Xiao's escape route. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Tai Chi I opened at full speed. He stared at Yunfeng. Suddenly, he slashed out with his sword. This sword strike actually hit the vital points of the 2 water dragons. Although Ling Xiao's attack power was far inferior to Yunfeng's, but it still broke Yunfeng's attack. This was the advantage of Tai Chi I. It magnified the opponent's weakness and improved his own advantage.